really pretty.
Ooh. Is it ready to go? Ready to go. We're ready to go. All right. Thank you, sirs. Okay. Tennessee Board of Cosmetology meetings called to order October the 7th. We'll have roll call starting with Miss Huckabee.
June Huckabee, present.
Merle Smith, present.
Donna Coppinger, present.
Linda Colley, present.
Judy McAllister, present.
Rufus Hereford, present.
Thank you. And would a representative from each school that is here today stand up, please? What school? Thank you very much for coming, very much, and bringing also some of your students with you. In front of us, we have the June 24th minutes. Are there any comments on those minutes? Any questions?
No, I just see, Madam Chair, that we had requested a change on the final paragraph, and they made that change, and so it all looks great to me. I make a motion we accept.
Her name,
Pardon?
the name mixed up on Mona Coppinger.
No, we're talking about June minutes, right?
Oh, June. Okay.
June.
Yeah, I make a motion we
me.
accept the June minutes.
Okay.
Motion's been made by Nina Coppinger that we accept the June minutes. Do I hear a second?
I second. Judy McAllister.
Second by Judy McAllister. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried. June minutes approved. Also in front of you are August the 5th minutes. This is not changing the minutes, but I have two questions, please, ma'am. On page 51, the PSI school gatherings for the new applications, how did those meetings go?
Oh, they went very well, and I've got it as an update to the end of our meeting today. Yes, they went
Okay.
great.
And also those 6 schools,
Correct. They're all done.
Okay.
So we'll update that.
are there any corrections to the August minutes?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have a couple of corrections. Page 13, there was a mix-up of names where it says a motion made by Mona Coppinger, and I don't know if that was supposed to be me or Mona Sappenfield. And there's also another one on page 14, I believe. Yeah. So that name needs to be corrected.
Which was the other page? I'm sorry.
13 and 14.
And 14. We will find that. Okay. Nina Coppinger.
Should we wait till till we find out before we approve these minutes? Okay, we'll table these till next month, but
Okay.
it's a big, heavy one. Bring it back with you. Okay, Rick Wallace and Chip Woods, if you would, right over here. We've got a microphone working, we think.
So make sure to talk into the mic.
You get to share.
Please state your name.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Rick Wallace, and I am here representing the Association of Beauty Professionals, or Tennessee Association of Beauty Professionals here in Tennessee. And I'm here with Chip Woods, and we would just like to introduce ourselves and let you know that we have started an association here in Tennessee that represents the whole encompassing beauty industry. I represent Aveda Institute Nashville specifically, and I am a lobbyist for them here in Tennessee, but we are a member of the new association. And we will be working with regulators, the Board of Cosmetology, the Department of Insurance and Commerce on different issues that might affect our industry and just come together as a unified voice to try to direct and funnel the concerns and proactive approaches to what we need to do here in the state of Tennessee. Just a little background for myself. I come from Florida, and I was the executive director of the Florida Association of Beauty Professionals since 2006. So I've been working in about 12 states now since the launch of that association with other state issues affecting the industry. And as we all know, we all came together earlier for a new law that has been passed in the state of Tennessee, which we want to diligently work with the board and the members of the board to see how we move forward with the rule process, and that's why we're here today. And then just the future and how it looks for the industry for Tennessee. And we offer the association to all beauty professionals. We open it to the schools in Tennessee, to salons, to professional licensees, and to the students. And we want to be a resource in which they can come to us and speak about issues that might affect their business or their license, and that we may be able to funnel that information in a more unified voice to the regulators that it might pertain to. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak today and introduce ourselves as we move through this process.
What is the name of the association again?
It's the Tennessee Association of Beauty Professionals. Acronym would be TAB, T-A-B, Professionals. And Chip Woods is the president of the association, so I'll turn it over to Chip.
Hey, may I say one thing? Rick, I'm glad you're working so hard for us, because I can tell you're fighting for us for looking at your right arm.
You bet, exactly. That's right. You should see the other guy. My name is Chip Woods. I'm actually president of the association. We also include manufacturers and also distributors. So honestly, everyone that is that's affiliated in the beauty industry, we have their support. We founded this organization just as another set of eyes and ears. We think that communication is really important. So we just have a large organization, so we can actually act as a watchdog, just so we can make sure that we're all aware of any issues that come up that affect the industry. It's really important that we all work together with the staff, with the board members. You know, if we can join hands, I really think that we can do the right thing for the industry.
And how do the people join your association?
Okay, right. The association has just been in existence for about 2 months, to be honest with you. We actually have a Facebook page now. We are starting a website, which will be up like within the next couple of weeks. But the Facebook page, you can start those really quickly. So obviously that's why we're up. And it's Tennessee Association of Beauty Professionals.
And to that point, I think on the Facebook side, we do have a membership tear sheet that would go through the membership fees for the different categories for the areas that we have. But anybody that would like to be a part of the association in any kind of form or fashion, we definitely ask to go to the Facebook page right now or contact myself or Chip, and we'll be glad to help them through the process of joining the association. And again, we appreciate the time that y'all have given us, and we look forward to working in the future. And as we all know, associations are very important. And of course, Tennessee, while we've had associations here in Tennessee, I think it's just a rebuilding and a reformat of what we need to do for the future. So we appreciate it.
Thank you, and I appreciate that every type of license is included, the distributors are included, having everyone under the same umbrella. Thank you.
You're welcome. And I think in finding across the country and in forming associations, we do see individual associations specific to schools or salons or professionals. And I think in coming together and understanding the open dialogue that we can have as professionals before we get to our regulator can be done through these associations, so that we can build an alliance together and then go forward with a common voice. And that's what we want to try to do.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think that it's really important that we all understand that this association is not just for like a special interest or a small group. This is for the industry as a whole. So that's why in the future we really look forward to to working with you guys to help just to help better the industry.
Anyone have any questions for them?
Well, just a question. Are you going to be like overlooking and present at the legislative sessions? Or how
Yes.
is
What
that?
you're doing.
Sure. Yeah. Currently, what has happened is with Chip and the small group of us that did launch the association, we have hired a lobbyist for the association who will be overseeing and looking at things as we move forward. One of the main issues right now that we have on our agenda, not precluding, of course, the draft rules on the new law that has been passed in Tennessee. But I think what's very current for us is state authorization through the Department of Ed on the federal level. And we're working closely with the board and the department on trying to figure out how to make Tennessee in compliance with state authorization as it relates to Title IV and student loans. So yes, the answer is we will be not only looking back at past laws and legislation that have passed, but we're looking forward to ensure that we have the most current and progressive laws on the books so that we can be in compliance not only with other professions outside the state of Tennessee, but also on the federal level.
Any other questions?
I just have one question. So the fee for the association, are those fees going toward the lobbyist fee?
Yeah, you can answer.
You don't mind? Okay, that's good. That's good. Yes, to answer your question, it is. We actually have a separate LLC, a separate corporation open. So all of those fees, all membership dues, will be going in to pay those expenses. So yeah, we can pass the hat.
Any other questions? Thank you so very much.
Bet. Thanks for
Appreciate
having
it.
us.
Please watch your cords under your feet, guys. I think the plug-in's right behind you. We might not have been too safe when we set it up that way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy McKinney, she's got to catch a plane.
Hi, thank you for inviting me. My name is Kathy McKinney. I'm with Interstate Healthcare. We are underwriters of professional liability insurance. I've been in the industry for 32 years, 23 specifically for medical malpractice, insurance, and related lines. I'm here to testify on some of the statistics that are going on with regards to claims ratios for estheticians versus physicians. I know that you were thinking about or contemplating creating a board that would be specific for estheticians. I understand that currently right now it's under the Cosmetology board. I will answer any questions that you have, but I have just a small bit of information that I would like to share with you. 8 years ago when the HMO came through and went throughout the United States, we found that physicians who were not interested in aesthetics whatsoever started doing aesthetic procedures, and the reason being is because it's a cash hog for them. You walk in, you pay, you don't have to wait for insurance companies. What this has done throughout the industry is it's taking business away from the estheticians. We have found that the non-ablade procedures are perfectly within the realm so long as they are under complete risk management. They go through an accredited program. From an insurance standpoint, what we require from them is that they have 750 hours. Out of those, we require that half of those go through an internship under somebody who has enough experience in what I consider 5 years as an esthetician. Somebody has proven themselves that they would be able to, handle that internship. I did a study over the last 6 months, and out of 200 medical spas nationwide, 2 to 3% of the claims evolved from estheticians. The balance were from physicians. I don't really know what more to say to you. I just was trying to give you some facts on this.
I think you were going to maybe talk about some insurance information with regards to practicing as apprentices. Am I correct about that?
Yes, we can cover them. Yes, we do cover them.
And how does that work?
What they would be is they would be covered under the esthetician or the spa policy. Okay, we write a policy. We insure the physician, the medical director, if there's a medical director involved. Then we turn around and we insure the apprentice underneath that program. So they do have insurance as they're going through their apprenticeship. They can be done on an individual basis. I mean, it can be done on an individual basis. We do have that because we do insure schools also.
Okay, great. Does anybody have any questions?
I'm Rufus Hereford. I have a question.
I'm very nervous too, by the way.
I am too.
You don't appear that way.
Oh, I do. I've never done this, so bear with me.
You were talking about the esthetician course, 750 hours. And then I don't think I understood what you said, half of which would have to be done by an apprenticeship.
Under an apprenticeship program, correct.
So that's in addition to the 750?
No, that's, I'm sorry. I should have clarified myself. No, half and half. Well, we consider, and I also work with organizations such as the gentleman that just put together, where I work with laser manufacturers in the different schools. Actually, our agency is endorsed by every laser manufacturer. So I get these statistics in, and I see what's going on with regards to the industry, and I see that lasers are getting safer and safer and safer. So when I have a manufacturer come to me and they say, we have a new piece of equipment, I want to know, okay, where's your studies? Show me what's going on. Okay, what is it going to take to have an esthetician be able to run this laser and for people to feel safe? Statistically, physicians take risk. They do. They take more risk than an esthetician would. That's what we have found statistically. When I look at 200 salons and I see that 97% of the excuse me, the claims coming out of them is from a physician, not an esthetician, that shows me that with proper risk management, proper protocols in place, it's a very safe environment. And that's from an insurance standpoint. You know, I work with every insurance company that there is that for medical malpractice. I actually have a program that's nationwide that I put together with National Fire and Marine, and it's a Warren Buffett company. So it's a very, very large company, and it's been very successful.
So
Very
you,
good.
you work with Interstate Insurance, is that correct?
Interstate Healthcare is my agency. Correct.
Madam Chairman, to Ms. McKinney, what exactly are you asking of the board today? Or is it just information that we need?
It was just information. I was asked here by Mona Sappenfield to just share some information based on my experience in the industry. And this is the programs that I do. I specialize in aesthetic medicine.
What state are you from?
I'm from Michigan. I write national.
Okay.
Yes. I write in every state.
Said that it's Interstate
Healthcare.
Healthcare.
We're located in St. Clair Shores, Michigan.
Are there any questions? Thank you very much. And
Thank you.
Are you going to make the plane?
I am. My office moved it.
Good. Good.
Thank you so much.
Have a safe trip.
Thank you.
Sorry about the delay.
That's okay.
Sierra Gordon. Good morning.
Not Sierra. I'm Robin Wilson, but
It's actually Sierra Gordon and Robin Wilson, and we are both here in regards to expertise consulting.
we're here to ask for reconsideration for approval for our class schedule for 2014. When we were here before, you approved our February class for 2014. We've since had an additional class and turned in surveys and evaluations. Those surveys and evaluations were great as well. And what we're finding that we're running into is with the classes being approved one at a time or two at a time, that it doesn't go up on the website until it gets approved and can't go up on our site until it gets approved. And then people only have a 4 to 6 week window turnaround in order to register or even find out about the class.
If I could add just a note, when Ms. Gordon called me, she wanted to approach the board and mention that with the next session for 2014 only one being approved, that's what they would like to discuss, if there's any way to approve all of 2014 so that they can market accurately and more efficiently for the whole year instead of just the one.
How many do you have how many are you going to have next year?
It'll be a total of
5, and we've approved 1?
Yes.
Okay. So, and you've had 1?
We've had 2,
Okay.
and then we have one coming up in Chattanooga this weekend
That's
coming
the
up.
one you're
That's the one.
Yeah, that's the one I'm going to be in Washington, D.C. Sorry.
I'm trying to find.
I'd rather be in
minutes.
Chattanooga. So, how many different seminars do you have? How many different programs?
So the only thing is this year the title of the seminar is Empowered to Excel. Next year's is Setting the Future on Fire. It's a lot of the same information. It's just with a little bit different focus. This was on classroom management, and we still have all of that included. But this new seminar focuses and incorporates more on networking, trend spotting, developing leadership in the student.
So the new seminar for next year, you're going to offer that same seminar 5 times, correct?
Right. It's the same one. It doesn't change each class. It's the same one.
In different cities?
Right.
Oh, okay.
Memphis, Chattanooga, Knoxville,
Nashville.
Okay. Well, I'd just like to say in reviewing the evaluations from your previous seminar, they were just really, really pleased with what they got out of that. So that was a real positive.
We're getting a really
both of
good
you.
response from the kind of interactive professional development conference kind of atmosphere. So that's been good for us.
I did notice that there were a couple of comments about wanting more information on PSI.
That and the state board, and for
state
this
board.
particular, the last class we didn't have a representative come, but we did get information from Ms. Powers and Ms. Gamusio. So we put together a PowerPoint to share that information, but what we try to make sure that we do is only answer those things that we have specific information about. If there's something we're not sure about, we would much rather redirect them to the website than give somebody the wrong information. So they did have some very specific questions that they were asking that we just redirected them to the website rather than to give them information about their specific situation that we weren't sure about.
I wanted to add the only difference is instead of doing the same, let's say for example, Empowered to Excel, doing that for 2 years, because being an instructor and working in the schools, a lot of the times the schools ask that you go every year. And catching people who are on that every year cycle and offering the same thing both years, I know that was a complaint of mine, to have to sit in a class for 16 hours and pay for it again for something. That's the reason that we change this and/or curriculum up some every year, still offering the same class 5 times a year, but being able to catch those people who are on an every year cycle versus just appeasing to those who are on an every other year cycle.
And that's how those evaluations have been very beneficial. The people who said this was the thing that was most helpful, this was the most beneficial, when we decided what to do in the next year, we made sure that we kept that same information in, just changing up the focus a little bit and adding some other things to it.
Did we receive I guess we did last meeting, the
Outline for that.
We received the outline for it, and we talked about doing possibly the whole year, but the board voted on doing just the one session to make sure, since the curriculum was slightly different. One of the drawbacks if we do just the 1 year as we currently have approved is that a lot of the instructors that project their year or choose when they start the year don't have maybe the option to look at the 5 when they do everything else. And so they've made their choice thinking there's only one.
I can go over it briefly with the talking points from each little seminar section. We have 4. We do 2 mini breakout sessions a day, if you'd like to hear it.
Well, I'm thinking that it looked good to us since we approved the one. I guess we were wanting to see the evaluations from that one.
We've had
before.
another class at this point and have another one coming up this weekend.
And that was the issue, that you only had 1 set of evaluations last time. So now you have more than 1 set. You have 2 to go off of and be able to kind of determine what everybody is saying about the class.
Well, I don't know how my other board members feel, but I can see your point that it would be better for you to have it scheduled, and I don't see a problem with it, but
I finally found what I was looking for. I've been looking through the wrong minutes. This is the June 24th. You appeared before the board for approval of continuing education. It's on page 1. We approved August the 10th, 13. August 11th, 13th, that was in Gatlinburg, and again in Chattanooga, which is coming up, October 12th and 13th. And Ms. Coppinger was going to attend, but she cannot attend that now. So you've already had the other one, the August 11th.
Member Larry from the Barber Board in Chattanooga.
And you're asking and requesting for what dates?
You've already approved February for 2014. The other dates would be
April the 12th and 13th.
and that'll be in what city?
That'll be in Memphis. That will be in that. August 17th. That will be in.
Do you already have your venues for all of the?
We have every venue set up except for the one in April, and that's in Memphis, and that is announced.
Is Nashville the same location as last year?
Yes, that's what we're working.
And make sure they control that air
Yes,
conditioning.
ma'am.
Are there any questions or discussion? I have to say my name every time I speak
No,
up.
I think
Thank
we're
you.
good. We're taking good note.
I hear a motion.
Just to clarify, the motion would be that we would be approving all of their sessions for 2014 if the board is okay with that versus just
One
the
that's
one.
already done plus 4 new ones.
Correct. And we presented all those dates and all the details in June's meeting, so it would be exactly as we had it.
I'm Rufus Hereford, and I make the motion that we approve the dates set out in year 2014.
Donna Coppinger, second.
Motion's been made by Mr. Hereford, seconded by Ms. Coppinger, that we accept the dates. We already have February. We accept April, June, August, and October. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Yay, have a good day.
I'm sorry I can't come.
That's okay. You can catch another one. See, we have it more convenient for you.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Ms.
Thank you very much,
Roxanna.
Ms. Colley. Okay, we are ready to start the applications for examination for Lori Barnes, Derek Carey, Jacqueline Ford, Gregory Mathis, Jason Matthews, Debbie McSpan Benson, Gary Helton, Lori Livingston, Christopher McGill, Marcus Martin, Lindsay Mullins, Lisa Simpson, Amelia Stem, Ashley Thacker, and Jessica Rollins, who have felonies and are submitted to the board's approval. The required information, disclosure from the student, and letter of recommendation is submitted on your iPads for review.
What was the last name you called out?
The last one is Jessica Rollins.
Rollins.
The one, I don't know if I'm seeing this right. The one, what's his name? Christopher McGill?
Yes.
Is that all about him? Wow.
All those are his cases?
Yes, ma'am.
Gee.
He's been busy. So we,
These are all from Georgia?
Is? Oh, we're, yeah, you've got them open? I think so.
the year that he was in school, he didn't have any, did he?
There's nothing real recent.
Right. Sounds like he needs something else to do. And the school owner where he is going has recommended.
That's the letter of recommendation, the release, yeah.
So the office looks over all and makes sure that there's a recommendation letter for every.
That there's a full record of, in his case, of if there's a long history, all the charges are brought up so that you can view them, and that there's a letter of recommendation either from the school or the institution if they're still in. I have a few more because of the meeting that we didn't have in September, so it is a little bit longer than our normal.
So the last I see that is 2005.
Yeah, he was incarcerated till June of 12, and then he started school in July of 12 and went a year in school without any trouble.
Lives in Nashville now, but he must have lived in Georgia. All these cases are out of Georgia.
Oh, that just caught my eye because that's the most lengthy one we've ever seen.
Anyway, if we did approve this particular one, that could be flagged big time.
Can you make a change to the order that their agreed order somehow?
Or just flag that file to make sure that.
Flag his license in the system where if anything comes up, that it's brought back before the board. Absolutely. And in this case, the board's simply approving him test, so we can flag his application in the system, but until he passes.
And flag his license.
Yeah.
Any more discussion?
I would make a motion that we approve with a signed agreed order.
Just we're getting our. Okay, motion's been made by Ms. Coppinger that we approve these applications with a signed agreed order. Do you want to add to that about flagging once his license, if he gets his license?
And in addition, that we put a flag on Mr. McGill's application or license. Yeah.
Do I hear a second to that motion?
I second.
Seconded by Judy McAllister. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Next, we have 2 instructors that are requesting to put their license in an inactive status. The first one is for Claudia Rourke, and we are on page 93 of your iPads. Due to disability in 2010, she has written a letter explaining her situation. She's unable to fulfill her continuing education required in 2011 and would like to go in an inactive status with her instructor license.
Has her license expired?
Well, because she's an instructor, her continuing education hasn't been kept up with. So that's why she's in the status she's in. Her letter states she doesn't know or think she'll be able to come back, but she doesn't want to give it up altogether. Before the rule will let her come back and off an inactive status, she would have to get caught up on her continuing education and pay all the fees.
But you can make a license inactive even though it is inactive. Hers is already expired, according to what I'm seeing.
Can't put them on inactive if it's expired.
So she just loses her instructor?
Well, if the board votes to approve her to continue, she'll have to renew and then we'll put it on inactive. So she would have to pay in advance. Does that make sense?
Am I understanding it wrong as now?
No, you're right. The way the system sees it is if the board approved, she could then pay her money and then the office would change her status in the system. So your mind is right, but you're just seeing it one way. I don't know. Did she send money with this or anything?
No, she's not.
And that could be what you moved. That you moved for her to bring everything
current,
and when she wants to take it out of inactive, she has to go to X amount of continuing education hours or whatever your decision may be.
That makes sense. Any discussion or any motion on this?
Is her regular license current? Not her instructor license, but...
They're one and the same.
So the board office requests that people take the instructor status off if they'd like to keep their regular license. It's my understanding she wants to make everything inactive.
That's not what she said in the letter.
No, just the instructor. Okay. She'll bring everything current. Just the instructor she wants to put inactive.
She would have to pay in order to be able to do that.
Right. She'd have to get current and just be allowed to do that with her instructors.
Do I hear a motion on this?
Madam Chairman, I make the motion that we deny this because you can't put a...
we're saying the motion could read that she make it active and then be put on inactive once she brings everything up to where it's active. In other words, if she pays her money.
If she doesn't, then she...
But, excuse me, she's going to have to do some continuing ed before she can be put on active.
Before she can, if she ever gets to that point where she can come back, yes. She would have to get caught up with all her continuing education.
But even now, would she have to do it? Because how can we put her to active unless she's...
Pay for her cosmetology license to be put on active.
But not her instructor license.
The problem with the system is it's one and the same because an instructor can practice cosmetology, so it's a little confusing when you think of how the system works.
So we're talking about putting her on active. even though she hasn't done her continuing ed.
Bringing her financially current, having her pay and get caught up to then allow the instructor license to go to an inactive status.
And the only way she could activate it would be to go back and get her training. So she will have a cosmetology license, but not an instructor.
I understand, but it's something missing. But I'm too dumb to figure it out.
Well, in order to get any license at this point, she would have to pay. So even if she wanted to get her cosmetology license, she'd have to pay whatever amount is due from the last date she paid plus any late fees. Then, once she paid that, she would be asking the board to allow her to retire her cosmetology instructor license or inactivated. I'm sorry, I used retire. I apologize. And if the board so chooses to allow her to do that, the board would move, we allow her to inactivate her instructor license, and she can only reactivate upon completion of X amount of hours to bring her current. So if in 2 years it takes 450 hours of CE, then she would have to do that. So whatever at the time she brings it current it is that she would have to get that, plus anything back that she owed if that's what the board so chooses. Does that make sense?
It's more clear, yes.
You want to make that motion? Do I hear a motion on this?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Hereford.
My name is Rufus Hereford.
I will second that motion.
Motion's made by Mr. Hereford, seconded by Ms. McAllister, that she get her license up to date financially and activated, and then we will retire her license. All in favor, say aye. I hear one aye. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
All right, we'll do it by count, starting with Ms. Huckabee.
Say your name before you vote.
June Huckabee, no.
Earl Smith, no.
Donna Coppinger, no.
Judy McAllister, yes.
Rufus Hereford, yes.
Do I vote on this or not?
It would be a tie if you voted yes, so.
I mean, okay. You don't want me to do that then, do you? But you know how it would vote.
I didn't. It wouldn't matter.
Okay, we'll proceed with the next one, and you have a letter from Ms. Amy McAllister. The second sheet after the letter is her information from our system showing that she is active. She has made her license active. Ms. McAllister's letter explains that she is no longer working in the cosmetology industry and would like to place her instructor status only in inactive, and her letter is there.
Page are we on?
She is on page 97 is her letter, and then 98 is her information.
Doing it correctly, the way it should be done. She's got her license. It's up to date.
Yeah. I make a motion that we accept.
Motion's been made by Ms. Coppinger that we accept. Do I hear a second?
I second.
Seconded by Ms. McAllister. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
On our instructors extensions request, continuing education from 2012 to 2014 for David Ephraim Gilbert due to incarceration. He was presented in front of the board previously in June, where additional information was requested from the board regarding the date of his incarceration. Mr. Gilbert provided a letter explaining his situation, and that letter is on page 101.
Well, he has no choice. He cannot get out until November the 19th. And he was due this year, wasn't he?
That's right.
Down to a choice. We either grant him an extension on his CEUs or else his license will be inactive.
He's asking for an extension.
That's correct. He won't get out in time to complete it this year, so
I'll
it would
make
be
a
to
motion that
2014.
we grant him an extension.
Motion's made by Ms. Coppinger. Who second?
June.
Second by Ms. Huckabee, that we grant him an extension. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Request to extend continuing education from 2013 to 2014 for Gail Wilson because she was laid off and has experienced financial difficulty.
She could attend the meeting in Chattanooga.
I don't think her letter addressed it, but I think from speaking to her, it's a financial thing of having to stay over some, not in her hometown to where she'd have to make arrangements to stay.
Says she's been working with Aveda.
Recently began, yes, that is correct.
I'm just very reluctant because we've never granted an extension for financial reasons. I mean, because everybody could come for us with that. I make a motion that we deny.
Motion's made by Ms. Coppinger, seconded by Ms. Huckabee, that we deny. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
I'm sorry, Ms. Colley. Who seconded?
Ms. Huckabee.
Huckabee, thank you. And just also to clarify, and hopefully if we keep having the financial requests, do we as a norm want to not approve those? And I can, okay. Yeah, go ahead and keep them. That sounds good. Okay, the next request for continuing education, again from 2013 to 2014, is from Ms. Miranda Faye Roddick. She was also laid off. Her letter explains various health events, including things with her daughter, for her request to extend her continuing education. And that is on page 109.
I hate it for her, but I make a motion we deny.
Motion's made by Ms. Coppinger and seconded by Ms. Smith that we deny. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Request to extend continuing education from 2011 to 2013 for Rodney Adams. He was unable to attend the seminar in 2011 as explained in his letter. He attended the seminar offered on August the 11th and 12th, so he has already attended it. He is requesting that we approve those 16 hours and allow that to count for his 2011.
What happened to him in 2012?
He's not said. We simply have the letter that was sent to him in February explaining that he needed to have attended, and when we got his information that he attended already, it just didn't make any sense. So I don't know what happened to 2012. Maybe he thought he was odd years and needed to wait, but that's all we've been given from.
He received a letter from the office that said if you did not attend the instructor seminar for the year 2011, your instructor status will be removed.
Correct. That was done in February. Because we had not heard why he didn't attend.
The office accepted the renewal phase altogether. Has the license?
No, his license is current other than the continuing education. When he attended in August, that was already too late unless it is approved, because he needed to have gone in 2011.
So he received that letter in February, and then in August he goes.
Took a risk. He's trying. He's trying.
Good try, buddy. Good try.
So he did lose.
I think we uphold the office's letter that says, you know, if you did not attend the seminar in 2011, your instructor status will be removed. So I'd make a motion that we deny his request.
Second.
Motion's made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. Smith,
All Smith.
that we deny. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Okay, the last request to extend continuing education from 2013 to 2014 for Phyllis Williams. She signed up for the Knoxville seminar, but went to the wrong location. So even though she paid and tried to go, she went to the wrong place. The organizers were able to assist her and get part of, I believe, part or all of that money back. However, she's got health issues and financial hardships and is unable to attend a seminar at the end of this year. So she is requesting the extension for 2014.
She doesn't have a medical excuse, does she?
Stressed.
Oh, so are we.
Sorry.
Well, I just saw it said health. If she could have a doctor's excuse, a doctor's excuse for assigned for health reasons, that would be considered.
Right. I think her main concern.
It says health,
Yeah, it does. It does.
But you said stress, same difference.
Right.
But if she was under doctor's care, that'd be the only way that she could possibly be considered for.
God.
She was in Knoxville, and she was in Memphis, and the symposium was in Knoxville.
Yes, she went to the wrong place.
Surprise. I make a motion that we deny the request.
Second.
Motion's made by Ms.
Smith.
Coopinger and seconded by Merle Smith. We deny. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
We are on page 122, miscellaneous requests. The request by Janie Wood forgot to waive the 6-month rule, which requires an applicant to retest if the licensure fee is not paid within the 6 months of passage of the examination. She took and passed her exams in February of 2013, missing the requirement by a month and a half under the rule, and she would like approval to not have to retest. The board office has received her payment for her license, but she's asking for waiver of that rule.
She didn't pay the fee in time, is that what it was?
That's correct. By a month and a half. That's right. She just she passed everything in February and had the 6 months to get it done and missed it.
Right, that rule
That application.
requires all people who test to pay for their license within 6 months of when they pass in order to go ahead and move the process along.
Does that happen very often? So we either waive it or she has to retest.
Correct. Both tests, yes.
Both tests.
It's actually fairly close. A lot of the times the applicant is 6 months or so past the 6 months, and she's within a month and a half.
The next one's way past.
And we didn't meet in September.
Correct. In her case, yes.
Any discussion? She had a lot going on, I see that. Any thoughts, discussion? I personally think that she had a lot going and she just let it run over and didn't mean to. I know people have done that before. I mean, it's not like we can't vary just a little on things, because she'd have to retake the entire test. And it's all because she didn't mail her money in.
I think her first statement says she read it, was excited, and somehow just then forgot to do the rest.
I see your point, and I also see that we've implemented the rule about 6 months, and it's in there for a reason, so people will get it in. I mean, if you're late, you're late. Does it matter if you were a month and a half late or 6 months late? You didn't get in when you were supposed to. So there's that side of it too.
We had a similar case, and I can't remember if it was in June or... I'm trying to remember that case.
When I've dealt with middle school students for 13 years, it's like you just finally get over excuses and second chances. They are all about second chances, and I am not. But I used to mock, some of the teachers, and to my students I'd say, "Oh, you didn't get your homework done today? Well, you just get it in tomorrow." I just don't play that way. I just think rules are set up to be rules. This is deadlines. You got deadlines, and so many people, I'm on a soapbox now. Young people, they're missing soft skills about being on time, being reliable, deadlines, they don't care. I make a motion we deny.
Do I hear a second?
Oh, gosh.
Merle Smith, I second.
Motion made by Ms. Cooper, seconded by Ms. Smith, that we deny. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Okay, so it doesn't look good for the next person.
And just so you all know, the rule, things like this aren't always put before the board because the board doesn't always have discretion, and this rule actually gives the board discretion. If you go to the rule, it says, for good cause shown, the provision may be waived by the board. So whatever the board considers good cause would be what you would go on for waiver of that provision.
I remember the one I was thinking about the other case. It was similar but not exactly the same. She had let her out. She didn't take her exam, and there was just a little bit of time between there, and we let her take the exam. That's what it was. Okay.
But that's the same thing with the extensions for continuing ed. If we feel it was good cause, you know, and documented medical reasons, we do. But, you know, financial struggles, I don't know, there's all kind of things. But that's what that was. I mean, what you just said is what I thought we could do, decide, you know.
Okay, so the next individual, Ms. Tiffany Long, is requesting the same thing, waiver of the 6-month rule, which is required for an applicant to retest if the licensure fee is not paid within the 6 months of passage from both examinations. She took and passed her exams in April of 2012. Due to financial difficulty, Ms. Long was unable to pay for the license and has missed it by 1 year.
1 year.
Yeah.
Make a motion, we deny.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Cooper, seconded by Ms. Smith. We deny. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
We are on page 125, a request by Wanyel Tonsley to waive the 7-year law. This is the law that requires a student to complete the required courses and the number of hours within a time period. She originally enrolled in 2007. She is currently enrolled in Chattanooga State and will not be able to complete all her hours until right after January 2014. An email summarizing the situation is provided on 125. She currently has 678 hours that, in essence, we're talking about that would be able to continue with her if approved.
I wonder why Chattanooga State wouldn't accept the hours.
She actually has already lost some from a previous school. She just hadn't paid the financial bill, so therefore they wouldn't transfer. So she's lost some already. So right now she's gone back to Chattanooga State because she does have 678 with them, but she won't be able to finish by January, the 1,500 total. So she's asking for that extension up front.
So she is willing to go for the 1,500.
Right.
She just needs the extension to allow her to finish.
Right, because if she doesn't finish by January, and she won't, she would lose it.
When will she finish?
I think her estimate is around March, her estimated time. So she
How many
won't.
hours does she have now?
678, and she's currently enrolled. The issue is, though, she's got to pass all the exams and so forth for those hours to count. So right now, she just started the next session toward the 1,500.
Excuse me, how many hours were transferred from the first school?
The very first school she went to was over 300 that did not transfer because she did not pay the bills.
So she started this 1,500 hours when?
With 678.
Started with 678.
Right.
Where did those hours come from?
Chattanooga State. But they're pretty old hours. She'd gone there years ago.
Oh, so she started in 2007.
Correct.
At Chattanooga State.
Okay.
I think had gone to another school and come back to Chattanooga.
Well, I think if we give her an extension, it needs to be an extension with a deadline, not an open-ended extension. Get them whenever, but because she's kind of dragged us out quite a bit. So, what would a reasonable time be?
Would 6 months be too much to let her finish till June, or do we stop it at March or April? I don't know how she's broken up her last, the hours that she has pending.
Mr. Herford, do you have an opinion on that since you're the expert
Well,
on
I
how
would
long?
recommend that she has to complete the 1,500 hours within the 7-year period.
And she won't, so that...
Right, she's asking
She's
for
not.
the extension under 624123.
So what that would mean is the original hours, the first hours in the 678 hours she has, you would have to knock off those hours until she completes enough in the end to get the 1,500 within the 7 years. Doesn't make sense.
It does. I think
It
she'll
does.
have to have
That's
the
a deny,
transcript she
yeah.
carries around.
I was going to say, we don't have enough information here to really, we don't have dates and how many hours she achieved in 07, 08.
Part of it is that the hours that she achieved from the first school, I think she went to Chattanooga first and then another school, then came back. And so in my conversations with her, she's lost over 300 hours for financial reasons. These 678, Chattanooga State is willing to give her if she stays till the very end. If that,
They're willing to accept 678.
if we extend the rule, she will not finish in January on time. So right now that she's enrolled, if we don't extend it, just what she just enrolled in could count, and she'll have to keep going.
Herford, what you said was exactly following the law.
And I make that a motion.
A second.
Motion's made by Mr. Herford, seconded by Ms. Smith. Would you repeat your motion again, Mr. Herford?
I can't remember it all.
We're really denying her extension past the 7
Extension.
years. Is that correct? Am I understanding that
We're
right?
just allowing her to keep the hours that she has accomplished.
What I'm saying is she has to complete
Graduate.
1,500 hours within a 7-year period.
Okay.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Who seconded? I'm sorry.
Ms. Smith?
Smith, thank you. Okay, we're on to field trips. We have a field trip request from Avita Institute of Nashville to take students to a local venue called Avenue Downtown Nashville for the annual Breast Cancer Research Foundation fundraiser event. The date is Sunday, October the 27th. The time allotted for the experience is from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. Students will be doing hair and makeup for the models in this event.
Comment, or do I hear motion we accept or deny?
We have to make a motion on each one as you go.
If that's okay with you, or we can do it at the end. They're all written out on, or all of them are in here for you to see on the spreadsheet, and we can approve them all. I think the vast majority turned in advance, considering we didn't have a meeting in September. If you're okay with that, that sounds...
Just as long as we know that there's an instructor with them.
Oh, yes, there's a
Well, see, some of them,
participant and an
they don't say
instructor.
that.
Right, right. And I think that's partly just to condense it, but I've got the phone numbers and the instructor on every one of them that's going.
Let's move to the second one, and unless anyone has a question
Yeah.
Why don't we cover these and
And we
then-
can approve them all at the end? That
Yes.
sounds great. Did you want me to read them all?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were just,
Do you
my
have to?
bad.
Do you have to for the record? I mean, I was reading them, but. Okay.
I'll just read all the way through. The second one is from Buchanan Beauty College. Received an invitation for senior students to attend Redken color class. The Shelbyville and Coffee County campuses will take a field trip to Wayne's Diva Salon on Monday, September the 16th. Field trip request from Empire Beauty School for the tech class to go on August the 6th to 802 South Cooper. The educational facilitator is Billy at Bailey Salon. Time allowed is from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Field trip request from Empire Beauty School of Students Salon class to go on September the 17th to Feed the Children from 9 to 1:30. Educational facilitator will be Carol Martin. The class curriculum during that week will be management skills. Field trip request from Empire Beauty School for students for the student salon and tech classes of the Hair Design School Memphis Highlands to go on September the 17th to 2124 East Holmes Road from 9:30 to 1:30. Field trip request from Empire Beauty School for student salon classes of the Hair Design School Memphis Highland to go on September the 3rd to 805 Trinity Road from noon to 3. Field trip request from Empire Beauty School for the student salon class of the Hair Design School of Memphis Highland to go on September the 30th through October the 14th to 804 South Highland Central and Highland Street between 10:15 and 12:15. Students will market in the network and salon services in the community. Field trip request from Empire Beauty Schools for tech class to go on October the 15th to 1119 Springdale Lynn Salon from 8 to 2. Field trip request from Empire Beauty School Brentwood location requests permission to attend the first annual fashion and hair show event sponsored by the National Predators. The event will take place on October the 15th from 10 to 1 at Bridgestone Arena. Field trip request from GCI of Murfreesboro to take the freshman class to Ulta to do some networking and other cosmetologists and learn about the different products and how to retail them. The trip is scheduled for October the 14th. Field trip request from GCI of Murfreesboro to take students to a church event to do nails at no charge for the church members. Field trip request from GCI of Murfreesboro for Sunday, October the 20th and Monday, October 21st to attend Birmingham Hair and Nail Show for day and night students. Field trip request for GCI of McMillan for Catherine Blaylock, instructor at GCI, to take students to different clothing stores in the area to show them how the difference of casual dress and professional dress in the profession, and to visit salons in the area to show them how professionals dress. Field trip request from Hair Design Studio to take students on a field trip on September the 3rd. Field trip request from Paul Mitchell, the School of Nashville, to give 16 hours of continuing education for current students traveling to Atlanta, Georgia for Broner Brothers Annual International Hair Show on August the 17th and 18th. Field trip request from Paul Mitchell, the School of Nashville, for one of the student-run teams to assist with the Simplicity Group photo group. The event is held on September the 16th from 8 to 5 p.m. Field trip from Paul Mitchell, the School of Nashville and Murfreesboro, on October the 15th for 8 hours for the future professionals to attend a fashion show at Bridgestone Arena. Field trip request from Paul Mitchell, the School of Murfreesboro, has asked to assist with the hair and makeup services for a benefit fashion show, Get Pink on Purpose, on Friday evening, October 25th. Field trip request from New Concept School of Cosmetology for a color run on October the 5th The second request is for Apple Festival on October the 19th and 20th, and Birmingham Hair Show October 19th and 20th. These are community-based events. The students will be handing out the list about the services offered at no cost. A card with their name will be on it, and they will market themselves in the field. The third request from them is for the Birmingham Hair Show on October the 19th and 20th. Field trip request for Remington College Nashville campus. The Cosmetology third senior class is requesting permission to visit Uncle Classic Men's Barbershop on October the 28th from noon to 3. The purpose of the visit is a mock interview, resume review, and stylist shadowing. Field trip request from Tennessee Career Institute to take aesthetics class on a field trip to Fort Lauderdale, Florida to attend the IECSC Skin Conference on September the 22nd and 23rd. The students will benefit from the show by networking with other estheticians. They will be introduced to several skincare lines, attend classes. Judine Burr Keenis is the instructor at TCI in Columbia and will be attending. Field trip request from Sandra Academy of Salon Services for 3 trips. To attend Premier Birmingham Hair Show, students will view different career opportunities, obtain product knowledge, business networking. Location for Birmingham Jefferson Convention in Birmingham, Alabama is on Sunday, September the 6th, and Monday, September the 4th. It's got to be wrong. That's the 7th. I apologize. Attend also the Appalachian Training Center for Healing Arts. Students will learn business skills, recognize different products, different massage manipulation, different facial techniques. Location is Appalachian Training Center in Danbridge, Tennessee, from 10 to 6 p.m. Attend the Dermal Institute. Students will receive product knowledge, galvanic treatment, business knowledge, business networking, different skin types, and the location is the Dermal Institute of Atlanta from 10 to 3 p.m. Field trip request from Universal Salon Academy to attend the hair show in Birmingham, Alabama on October the 20th and 21st. The show is a 2-day event, 9 hours each day, with seminars and classes being offered. Field trip request from Vatterott Career College to attend the 3rd Annual Beauty and Barber Conference in Memphis on October the 7th. The conference is tailored to students and professionals alike. Students will go to various seminars for haircutting, coloring, barbering, weaving, business, nails, and makeup. Professionals will be in Memphis from all over the country for the industry. Conference starts at 9 o'clock on October the 7th and lasts till 3 p.m. Location is downtown Memphis. Field trip request from Virginia College of Business and Health for late October to attend Hair Club that does surgical and non-surgical hair replacement. The objective is for students to gain more information about career paths in the private environment as a licensed stylist. Second request is to bring the students in November to the board meeting. Field trip request from Volunteer Beauty Academy to go to Chia Hair Show in Bartlett, Tennessee at the Bartlett Event Center on Sunday, October the 13th from 1 to 5 p.m. And
I have a question.
yes, ma'am.
It is the Hair Design School field trip. It says for permission for a field trip on September the 3rd.
And that is all they emailed us. I can ask them for more information back. That's all
I don't
we
know
didn't
how we
hear
could-
back from them.
If
So
we couldn't know what we're okaying, we can't okay that. Do I hear a motion if we okay all except for that?
Well, no, there's another one.
Okay.
Question 2.
Let's see. It's different clothing stores. It's GCI McMinnville to take the students to different clothing stores to show them the difference in casual dress and professional dress.
No.
Seriously. I mean, you can look online. I don't know. I don't think that's a worthy field trip. That one didn't sit well with me.
I have a question too, ma'am. Just a minute. Back up about in the middle, and I don't remember the, let's see. The school that was requesting the 16 hours of continued education for students.
That's Paul Mitchell, the school, Nashville.
Traveling to Atlanta.
yes. I think they're just requesting student hours.
Okay, I was just going, continuing education is what was,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, thank you.
So I have that we are denying GCI's request to go to the clothing stores. Is that correct? Or would you like, or would we like more information on the clothing stores with GCI of McMinn? The field trip request for GCI of McMinnville?
I make a motion we deny that.
Deny. Okay, that's what I'm writing.
Has motion's been made? Ma'am?
I was just going ahead. She can't just do it with just her motion. We all gotta.
Motion's been made by Ms. Coopinger that we deny the one, where is it on here? With the clothing trip.
The clothing trip, yes, from
Do I hear
GCI.
Do I hear a second?
I'm Rufus Hereford, I second.
Second by Mr. Hereford. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Another question, ma'am. Where is the Sandra Academy Salon Services Incorporated?
Where are they located? Is
What
that
is-
your question?
Mm-hmm. We've never heard of that. Pre-approval request, let's see.
Oh, thank you.
Fourth from bottom.
Sandra Academy Salon Services.
Oh, I think that just may be their corporate name, Sandra Academy.
And where's it located? I don't know that.
I don't have their location on the email. Hold on a second. We will get that for you.
They are located.
As well.
Okay. Any more questions? Well, we have denied one field trip, and I think we need more information on that field trip that tells us
Hair design.
nothing. Yes.
Yeah, we need a motion on that.
Yes, please.
Let's see. I make a motion that we obtain more information on, can't find it now,
The Hair Design School.
Hair Design School field trip.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion's made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. McAllister, that we request more information on the Hair Design School's field trip that took place September the 3rd. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry. Do I hear a motion that we accept all the others if there are no more any more discussion?
I'll make the motion to accept the others.
Motion's made by Ms. McAllister that we accept all of the others. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Coopinger. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry. Can we take a break?
Yes.
Thank you.
What are you looking for?
She was asking Just for clarification, like on a reciprocity case, if you recommend the applicant take the Tennessee state exam, then it'll say, motion was made to accept the recommendation, the reciprocity recommendation. That doesn't mean you give them reciprocity. That means the recommendation of them taking the Tennessee exam.
Right.
Correct.
And she can add that in the minutes if you all prefer.
Well,
when I started making recommendations, I think 1 month I did it one way and 1 month I did it the other, and then I was like,
I'm okay with it. As long as that just,
If her recommendation is in there, you keep your recommendation in the minutes, so you could just refer to the recommendation right above it.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's what I did, yeah. But she was just wondering because it said reciprocity.
Right.
But it's reciprocity recommendation.
Yes, absolutely.
That trash? Guess I'm gonna get so we'll have to be looking.
Oh, yeah, no, I get that, but still.
You're doing it
yeah. Did you do that?
Meeting's called back to order. I turned over to Miss Lucy Roxana.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to start with reciprocity applications, and we are on page 129. Application for renewal of manicurist license for Zatan Sun. In 2011, Mr. Sun was presented to the board as a reciprocity applicant. The decision was to request that he complete additional hours and take the examination. He was at that time incorrectly issued a license, and he is now trying to renew. After reviewing all of his information currently, it's determined that he does meet the requirements for reciprocity. He has been working since 2011, he has no complaints on his license, and he has paid his 2013 renewal. The recommendation is that we approve him and mail his current license.
Why would this one come before us?
It's a little bit different. It's because originally in 2011 the board had voted that he'd take extra hours, and we in the middle of an audit kind of saw that he was issued a license when he shouldn't have been. But based on that, right now, we sent him a letter and we explained that we needed the board to approve, and kind of reviewed and made sure that his reciprocity originally was from Texas, and he, again, because the vote was that he take extra hours and test, and he didn't. He's maintained his license current since then because our system issued it incorrectly. But now we've reviewed his file. He is current, and the way we would approve now, he would be approved to have the license. We recommend that we approve him this time and go ahead and let him get the license that he just finished paying for.
This is manicure only.
Yes, that is correct.
Because he does meet requirements?
He does meet the requirements.
I make a motion we accept.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger that we accept. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. McAllister. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of manicures license from Texas. What we've done for the reciprocities to keep them going faster is we've put Texas all together. Those that are adding additional information based on previous meetings are together, and then at the end are all the new ones. So if I go too fast, stop me. Manicures license from Texas for Zong Nuoc Deng. Certification from Texas verifies licensure and initial date from May 2013. Transcript confirms 600 hours. The recommendation is that the applicant be approved for reciprocal license.
Motion's made by Ms. Smith. We approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second of Mr. Hereford. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Application for reciprocity of manicures license from Texas for Tuyet Thai Din. Certification from Texas verifies licensure and initial date of May 2013. Transcript confirms 600 hours. The recommendation is that the applicant be approved for a reciprocal license.
This beauty school he attended, Atlantic, was it previously another one?
Not the one, right? Not an issue? No. It was
Universal
and beauty.
Universal.
Make a motion we grant reciprocity.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger. Do I hear a second that we accept reciprocity?
Second.
Second by Ms. McAllister. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetologist license from Texas for Paula Annette Hayes. Certification from Texas verifies licensure and initial license issued in May 2002. Transcript from Exposito confirms 1,500 hours received. Recommendations that the applicant be approved for reciprocal license.
Make a motion.
Motion made by Mr. Hereford that we approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Coopinger. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Application for reciprocity of manicures license from Texas for Long Kim Quing. Certification from Texas licensure and initial date for May 2013. Transcript confirms 600 hours. Recommendations that the applicant be approved for reciprocal license.
Earl Smith, I'll make a motion we approve.
Motion made by Ms. Smith that we approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Coopinger. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carry.
Could I ask you, why are we presented with these Texas ones again?
If the hours are correct and we're now okay with me approving Texas, I'll be happy to not do that. We were submitting Texas because of the issues with the hours.
Remember all the schools that were questioning the hours
And Texas tends to be, right, a common one that we get a lot of. They test with PSI. They've got the multiple languages, so it's what we get the most. But right now we're submitting all the Texas applicants.
Well, we don't have any way of knowing, really. I mean, we're taking your word on it. That
Right, and we're going by the state's certification. And so you're looking at the same thing we would be. If the board is comfortable with me reviewing, the hours are the same as what we ask for each of the licenses. So if the board is comfortable with me reviewing the school transcript and the information, then I can start approving those and not submit them.
I don't see a problem with it. Does anybody else?
I don't, because whatever you recommend that's what we go with.
We don't have any other way of knowing otherwise.
Well,
we don't always go with you.
I know that from experience.
We do have sometimes, don't we?
Yeah, you do. You do. But if you would like for me to take Texas off as of next month, then I'll go through them. And unless there's a unique situation, like with all the other states, then I won't present them.
I'm good with that.
Is that good?
I think this needs to be a motion, don't you?
Okay.
Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion that that we don't have to be presented with the Texas reciprocity cases unless there's something unusual about it.
Do I hear a second?
A second.
Motion's made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. McAllister, that we allow Roxana to use her own judgment on Texas unless there's an unusual case. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
We can skip Texas, or you want me to just keep going? No? Okay. Application for reciprocity of cosmetology license from Texas for Dion Mitchell Kinzer. Certification from Texas shows initial license was issued in 2008. The recommendation is that the applicant be approved for reciprocity.
Make a motion we approve.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. McAllister, that we approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of esthetician license for Tam Lee from Texas. Certification verifies the applicant was licensed by examination. Initial licensing in April 2013. Transcript confirms 750 hours received at Beauty School of Dallas. Recommendation is that we approve reciprocal license.
What page are you on?
159.
Ish.
7.
I found it.
I was looking at the beauty school.
Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion we approve.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, we approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. McAllister. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetology license from Texas for Kuk Tai Nguyen. Certification verifies the applicant was licensed by examination with initial date of licensing in February 2012. Transcript confirms 1,500 hours received. Ms. Nguyen has had a Tennessee manicurist license since 1994. Recommendation is that the applicant be approved for reciprocal license.
I make a motion we approve.
Excuse me, you said manicure?
This one's for cosmetology,
Okay.
but she has a manicuring already, yes.
Okay. I'll second. Thank you.
Motion's made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. Smith, that we grant reciprocity. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of manicurist license from Texas for Huang Nguyen. Certification from Texas verifies licensure and initial date of May 2013. Transcript confirms 600 hours. Recommendations that the applicant be approved for reciprocal license.
Make the motion we approve.
Motion's made by Ms. McAllister. Do I hear a second that we approve?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Turford. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Reciprocity of esthetician license from Texas for Kim Lang Nguyen. Certification from Texas verifies licensure and initial date of May 2013. Transcript from Pacific Beauty Academy confirms 750 hours. Recommendations that the applicant be approved for reciprocal license.
Make the motion we approve.
Motion made by Ms. McAllister that we approve. Do I hear a second?
Second, Merle Smith.
Second by Merle Smith. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of manicurist license from Texas for Nuet Thai Pham. Certification from Texas verifies licensure and initial date of April 2013. Texas also confirms hours received at BN Career Institute with over 600 hours. Recommendations applicant be approved for reciprocal license.
Make a motion.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Herford, seconded by Ms. McAllister that we approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of manicures license from Texas for Tram T Pham. Certification from Texas verifies licensure. Initial date of April 2012. Transcript confirms 600 hours. Recommendations that the applicant be approved for reciprocal license.
Make a motion we approve.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. McAllister that we approve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for manicures license from Texas for Juan Tai Tran. Certification from Texas verifies licensure and initial date of July 2012. Transcript confirms 600 hours. Recommendations the applicant be approved for reciprocal license.
Make a motion.
Motion's been made by Mr. Herford that we accept. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. McAllister. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Oh, let me ask real quick. I think I saw this. They are, when they get their hours, they do take an exam, right?
In Texas.
In Texas, yeah. There's an exam.
Yes. Actually, they have PSI just like we do.
Okay.
let's
And
see.
I thought
They
most
fix
of,
it
I mean,
on
I thought all
Facebook.
these had taken an exam.
If they came in through reciprocity, my
Oh, no,
notes would
it's-
say that, and they would have to show their second state.
I got
The
you.
other license,
Yeah. So these are just strictly coming from Texas.
Yes, these have.
And I've also found that Beauty School of Dallas, They offer, I didn't know this, they offer day and night classes in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese. Right.
Texas test in Vietnam.
Yeah, well, I'm sure if they offer the classes.
Yes, I think there's one more school that has it in Vietnamese. They're not the only ones, but there's one more statewide that offers the classes.
Saw that. I thought
Yeah.
that was interesting.
And most of these are from that Angel Beauty School, right? Texas.
Well,
Angel.
yeah.
Angel.
Dallas Beauty School is the one that I was looking at.
Okay. I've just noticed most of these said Angel.
Next, application for reciprocity of esthetician license from Texas for Lynn T. Tran. Certification verifies license by examination and initial date of March 2013. Transcript from Beauty School of Dallas shows 750 hours received. Recommendation is to approve reciprocal license.
Make a motion we approve.
Motion's made by Ms. Coopinger that we approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. McAllister. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of manicurist license from Texas for Tuan Quang Tran. Certification from Texas verifies licensure and initial date of July 2012. Texas online site confirms 600 hours. Recommendation is that the applicant be approved for reciprocal license.
Make the motion to approve.
Motion made by Ms. McAllister to approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Huckabee. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of esthetician license from Texas for Vin Q Tran. Certification from Texas verifies licensure by examination and initial date of March 2013. Transcript from Beauty School of Dallas shows 750 hours received. Tennessee notarized application states 600 hours completed. Recommendations that the applicant be approved for reciprocity.
Make a motion we approve.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger that we approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. McAllister. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried. I feel like an auctioneer sometimes.
Application for reciprocity of manicures license from Texas for Linda Tai Truong. Certification from Texas verifies initial licensure by reciprocity in 2007. Certification from New York verifies licensure by examination in 2005 with 250 hours. No work history or tax forms are provided. The recommendation is that the applicant take the examination.
I make a motion that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Second.
Motion's made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. McAllister that they sit for the Tennessee exam. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetologist license from Michigan for Asahin Mohammed Abdi. Certification verifies active license issued in April 2013. In November 2010, the board voted that Ms. Abdi complete additional hours and take the state board examination. She has attended Genesis Career College and completed her 1,500 hours. Applicant has tested and passed both exams in Michigan. However, she has still not passed the Tennessee exams as required in 2010. The recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee exam.
Make a motion that she take the Tennessee exam.
A second.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. Smith that she take the Tennessee exam. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of esthetician license from Texas for Thuy Louis Bahia was submitted to the board on August 2013 for the board meeting. Ms. Bahia was required to provide the transcript from her school for further consideration. She has provided the certification from Texas of her 750 hours in aesthetics. The recommendation is that the applicant be approved for reciprocal license.
Make the motion to approve.
Motion made by Ms. McAllister to approve. Do I hear a second? Okay.
Everybody on page. This is technically not a transcript. This is Texas's Department of Licensing and hour certification from their state board. So it doesn't break down her hours as what they were. So I'm not sure what y'all are looking for. I just wanted to clarify.
That's at National Beauty College.
Right, it looks like she's a manicurist and has gotten some manicuring aesthetic hours at a couple of different schools. So I just wanted to verify. Texas calls this a certified transcript of her education, so this isn't coming from her school. This is coming from the Texas Department of Regulation, which is their board office. And I just wanted to make sure we noted that. Sorry.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to accept. Do I hear a second on this?
We requested a transcript, right?
Yes. At the last meeting, we requested proof of her hours and a transcript. And what she has sent us is it's proof of her hours, but it is not a transcript, it's not a breakdown. It's what the state confirms as her hours. It's a matter of if we accept it or not.
Can you get more information?
I can ask her to provide an actual transcript from the school, if that's what you would like. This is what the state has certified, but it's not the school's transcript.
This is a state certification of hours, so just for clarification, though, for your purposes, I know what you can see on here, what transcripts are, and then what a Texas certification of hours are. So in some cases, somebody might consider this is better. It's just an addition to her licensure certification already certifies the 750 hours. So if you wanted to see it broken down, this doesn't actually do that.
Does the state look at transcripts to come up with this?
They have to accept hours.
In Texas, schools submit their hours online as the student gets it into this TDOR website. So that's how you can pull this certification of education up.
Is there any discussion on this? Because I have a motion that we accept. If I don't get a second, then I'll have the motion withdrawn.
Make a motion we accept.
You're seconding the first motion?
Yes.
Okay. Motion made by Ms. Cookinger, second. Ms. McAllister, thank you.
Thank you.
Seconded by Mr. Herford. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, nays? Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of manicures license from Massachusetts for Tuang Huai Ha was submitted to the board on August 2013 board meeting. Applicant was required to provide proof of current active licensure to be considered for reciprocity. Certification from Georgia is active until 2015. Tax records are provided for 2008 through 2012, and name change document is provided. Recommendations that the applicant be approved for reciprocal license.
Did the applicant receive the Georgia license by reciprocity?
Yes.
But from the state of Massachusetts?
I believe so. And this time around, I probably have all her paperwork if you want me to look at it, but this time around, we concentrated on what we required at the last board meeting, which was that she simply bring it up to current. Because her license from Georgia had been expired.
Now,
Is she taking an exam?
Exam date was June 2001. That is on page 220. So that's her original licensure.
I see
by
that.
exam.
But I also see on that same page, school credit in hours, 100.
Massachusetts only required her to get 100 hours and take an exam. And then Georgia accepted her exam hours via reciprocity.
And that's why we did the tax records from 2008 through 2012.
So she meets the 5-year
She meets the
requirement
5-year.
there.
It's just last time we couldn't approve her because her current license in Georgia had just expired. And so
she has that up to date and she has work history.
Right, the tax form's right.
Chairman, I might make a motion we accept.
Motion made by Ms. Smith that we accept.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. McAllister. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of manicures license from Texas for Antoine Lee was submitted for the board to review on August 2013 board meeting. The applicant was required to contact Texas to rectify the issue with their Social Security number. Texas Enforcement Division was able to confirm by email and by telephone that the discrepancy with the Social Security number was on their part. They corrected the number to match Tennessee's information. Otherwise, we had everything current on her, but that number didn't match. The recommendation is that the applicant be approved for reciprocal license.
Make a motion we approve.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger that we approve.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. McAllister. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of manicures license from California for Tuan M. Lee. Certification verifies initial date of licensing in 2012 by examination. Required hours of manicures license in California are 400. The recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
I make a motion that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. Smith that she sit for the Tennessee examination. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of manicures license from Florida for Kim Kim Liu. Certification verifies applicant completed 500 hours and has a full specialist license since 2012 in Florida. A letter is provided from Apex Nails stating employment between 2007 and 2013. However, Ms. Liu was not licensed during those years. She was presented to the board in August 2013, and the recommendation was that she take the Tennessee examination. She has provided additional tax records showing work history in the industry, but the address is not Florida, or the years are the periods in which she was not licensed to practice. The recommendation is that she take the Tennessee examination.
Make a motion she take the Tennessee examination.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger that she take the Tennessee exam. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. McAllister. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetologist license from Puerto Rico for Tuat Van Juan was submitted to the board in August 2013 board meeting. Applicant was required to contact licensing office in Puerto Rico and request they send board all appropriate documentations directly in sealed envelope. Additional certification was mailed in one envelope for several applicants. The envelope was from Puerto Rico, but it was all three individuals were mailed together. The recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Make a motion to take the Tennessee examination.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. McAllister that they sit for the Tennessee exam. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of manicures license from Washington for An Thai Thu Nguyen. Certification verifies active license issued in May 2012. Ms. Nguyen was presented to the board in June 2013 and was required to provide a transcript of hours. HOA's Beauty Academy verifies 600 hours received in 2012. HOA's Beauty School is revoked for disciplinary action information provided by the Washington Board Office where applicant received educational hours. The recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Madam Chairman, I make a motion to take this exam.
Motion's made by Ms. Smith that they sit for the Tennessee exam. Do I hear a second? Seconded by Mr. Herford. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetologist license from Puerto Rico for Jenny Nguyen was submitted to the board on August 2013 board meeting. Applicant was required to contact licensing office in Puerto Rico and request they send board all appropriate documentations directly in sealed envelope. Additional certification was mailed in one envelope for several applicants directly to the board. The recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Make a motion they take the Tennessee examination.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. Smith. They sit for the Tennessee examination. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of manicures license from Texas for V.T. Nguyen. Certification verifies 600 hours and initial date of licensure in 2013. Ms. Nguyen was presented to the board in August 2013 board meeting. Decision was that the applicant take the Tennessee examination. She has provided the office a transcript from Pacific Beauty Academy showing 600 hours completed and would like to be reconsidered. The recommendation is that the applicant be approved for reciprocal license.
This is pretty much the same as the other Texas ones, but we
didn't have a
once before.
transcript, right?
I make a motion we approve reciprocity.
Motion's made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. Huckabee, that we accept reciprocity. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of instructor license from Belgium for Kathleen Ongena. Ms. Ongena has an active Tennessee cosmetologist license since 2011 when she took and passed both examinations. Transcript from 1997 is provided, showing 860 hours toward instructor curriculum from Belgium. She is requesting permission to take the Tennessee examination for instructor license. My recommendation is that we allow her to take the Tennessee instructor examination.
They require 850, correct?
Thank you.
Discussion? Had 850 hours in instructor training.
Correct, and it goes back a ways, but yes.
Recommendation was she take the instructor exam?
Yes.
I make a motion that we go with the recommendation.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. Smith, that she sit for the Tennessee instructor exam. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of manicurist license from Pennsylvania for Quang Fu Pham. Mr. Pham was previously presented to the board on April 2013 and required to take the Tennessee examination. He has provided an active certification from Pennsylvania where he took the exam, his certification from Alabama, and transcript of 200 hours. He has also provided 5 years tax information and 2 letters from employers. The recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Make a motion to take the Tennessee examination.
Second. Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. Smith, that sit for the Tennessee examination. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetologist license from Puerto Rico for Tran N. Tran was submitted to the board in August 2013. Applicant was required to contact licensing office in Puerto Rico and request they send board all appropriate documentation directly in sealed envelope. Additional certification was mailed in one envelope for several applicants directly to the board. The recommendation is that he take the Tennessee examination.
I make a motion to take the Tennessee examination.
Second.
Motion is made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. McAllister. He sit for the Tennessee exam. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetologist license from Florida for Sonia R. Baez. Certification from Florida was issued in 1995 by reciprocity from New York. No certification is available from New York because original license was obtained in the early 1980s. Proof of name change and tax records from 2008 through 2012 are provided. Tax forms do not show the occupation, but they are provided. The recommendation is that the applicant be approved for reciprocal license.
In 08, you worked at Sonia's Beauty Shop.
Correct. You know, sometimes on tax forms they'll write specifically where they work, and sometimes they won't.
Looks like she owned her own salon.
I think so.
How did she receive her Florida license?
Through New York. She tested New York. The problem with New York is their records retention is very limited. They do not keep old records. And they'll send us a letter saying exactly that records have been destroyed.
How many hours do they require? Is it 1,000?
Less than ours.
I don't know how to Ed.
Been licensed since September 22nd, 1995.
$1,000 for cosmetology.
She has a work history. Discussion? Got her license in New York, and then Florida, and she has a work history.
What was your recommendation?
My recommendation is that we approve her reciprocal license.
I concur with your recommendation.
Is that a motion, Mr.?
Yes.
Motion is made by Mr. Herford, seconded by Ms. Smith. That we accept reciprocity. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetologist license from Pennsylvania for Bria Bidwell. Certification verifies licensure by examination and original date of licensure as February 2012. The recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
I make a motion that she take the Tennessee examination.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger that she sit for the Tennessee examination. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Huckabee. I'm sorry, my brain just went dead. Ms. Huckabee, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetologist license from New York for Leslie Bonjour. Certification from New York verifies licensure by examination in 2007 and 1,000 hours, but it is expired. Ms. Bonjour is also licensed in Texas and Kentucky. Letter from Regis Corporation confirms employment as hairstylist since 2008, as well as supporting tax records. The recommendation is that the applicant be approved for reciprocal license.
She's worked at Regis since 08.
That is correct.
Until now.
Correct. They're a large corporation, so their tax records for a while had me confused, but she's worked for them.
Comment? Discussion?
Make the motion we approve.
Motion made by Ms. McAllister that we approve.
A second.
Seconded by Mr. Herford. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of esthetician license from Oregon for Arian Buckholz. Certification verifies initial date of licensure by examination in 2008. No work history was provided, and Oregon's requirements is 250 hours. The recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Make the motion she take the Tennessee examination.
Motion is made by Ms. McAllister that she take the Tennessee examination.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Huckabee. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried. Now, this was for an esthetician.
Esthetician, yes.
And they only require
250.
Okay.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetologist license from Florida for Stacy Michelle Butler. Certification from Florida for 1,200 hours verifies initial licensure by examination in 2005. Work history provided is only from 2004 through 2009. The recommendation is that she take the Tennessee examination.
I make a motion she take the Tennessee exam.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. Smith. She sit for the Tennessee exam. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of esthetician license from California for Whitley Morgan Chapman. Certification verifies initial date of licensure in 2009 by examination. No work history or tax records provided. Recommendations: the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Make the motion to take the Tennessee examination.
Motion's made by Ms. McAllister to sit for the Tennessee examination. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Huckabee. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetologist license from Florida for Gabrielle Corder. Certification verifies 1,000 hours and initial date of licensure in 2012 by examination. The recommendation is the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Make a motion that she takes the Tennessee exam.
Second.
Motion's made by Mr. Herford, seconded by Ms. McAllister that she sit for the Tennessee exam. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetologist license from Arizona for Anjanette Doyle, in parentheses I have Nelson. Certification expired in 2012. However, it verifies initial date of licensure from 1992 by examination. Ms. Doyle was unable to provide documentation to confirm her name change. She explained that she does not have the funds to be reinstated in Arizona and would have to take the exam there in order to bring that license to active. The recommendation is that we ask she take the Tennessee examination.
Make a motion that she takes the Tennessee exam.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Herford, seconded by Ms. McAllister that she sit for the Tennessee exam. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetologist license from Virginia for Salwa Sharef Fadal. Certification from Virginia expired in 1987. Copy of the register and state certificate from 1981 shows she passed the examination. Ms. Fadal provided a letter explaining her years of working in the industry in Egypt and Kuwait, where her license was not required. Also provided is a notarized letter from the salon in Egypt confirming her employment. In 2012, she moved to Tennessee and would like to start working again. The recommendation is that she take the Tennessee examination.
Make the motion to take the Tennessee examination.
Motion made by Ms. McAllister that she sit for the Tennessee examination.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Coopinger. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetologist license from Florida for Uzeline Ferris. Certification verifies 1,200 hours and initial date of licensure by examination in 2013. For the recommendations that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Move that she take the exam.
A motion made by Ms. Huckabee that she sit for the Tennessee exam. Do I hear a second?
Second. Go ahead.
Second by Ms. McAllister. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of esthetician license from California for Danielle Harding. Certification verifies 600 hours and initial date of licensure by examination in 2011. License expired on September 30th, but was submitted to the board before it expired. Recommendations that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Make a motion that applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger that she take the Tennessee examination. I hear a second. Second by Mr. Herford. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of esthetician license from Indiana for Rachel Longford. Certification verifies initial date of licensure by examination in 2004 and is active. Indiana requires 700 hours. The recommendation is that the applicant be approved for reciprocal license.
Any discussion?
Is this Langford?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Esthetician.
She's 50 hours short and didn't provide any additional documents, but she's had a license for a while.
Her license in '04 and took an exam.
Make a motion to grant reciprocity. Was that the recommendation?
No exam.
No, it is to grant.
Oh, it wasn't.
Yeah, because it's just 50 hours and she's been practicing almost for 10 years. So that was the recommendation, to grant approval for reciprocity.
Did she send any proof of work?
She didn't, and that's one of those things, by the time the meeting gets here, if they haven't, we just put them in, because sometimes they won't send it, and if we don't, so we haven't received anything additional. Yes, we always send them a letter saying that they can provide one or the other, a letter or tax forms.
Oh, you've not had time to get that back?
She's not returned anything
Okay.
else. This is, and a lot of times the requests are on the phone. It isn't, they'll call or we'll follow up, and if they can send it, they do. If not, we went ahead and submitted it for the meeting for you to consider. We can ask for additional documentation. Send her a letter that says, because no additional information for work history was provided, and have her follow up for next month.
Right, she didn't send anything. We have letters where we requested, and there's
You get busy and send it.
Madam Chairman,
provided licensure information from Indiana on a shop that she worked in. The shop license was issued in 2006, and it's active until February of 2014, called Radiant Nails and Skin Studio. And this looks like it's her license is connected as a related license. If you'd like for me to pass this around, I can. I don't think it's on the iPad.
was that the additional information?
That she's been working?
Yes, that would be. It's not the typical piece of information that they send us. That's what she printed out from the website from her work history. But yeah.
Excuse me, what was your last request from this lady?
What was our request from her? Work history, whether it be a letter or tax forms, which is normally what we receive.
When was this request made? She's had time.
She's been in the process since, for quite a while. And again, she's, she provided that does show she works, but it's not a letter or the tax form.
Date on the bottom of that? Here, I got it.
Here, it's stamped in the back.
April 11th. Well, she's been negligent in sending the information back. I make the motion we get more information. She has to if we consider it.
Or that she tests. Would that be okay if for some reason she didn't have any additional information to provide? We wouldn't want her to have to wait another month to decide she could go ahead and test. Would that be okay?
And the motion. Okay. Motion made by Ms. Smith that she provides with more information. If not, sit for the Tennessee exam. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Huckabee. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried. Now we're getting everybody rolling.
Application for reciprocity of esthetician license from California for Tuang Ming Lee. Certification verifies 600 hours and initial date of licensure by examination in 2012. Recommendations that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Make a motion that applicant take the Tennessee exam.
Motion made by Ms. Kuppinger, seconded by Ms. Huckabee? No, Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith. That she sit for the Tennessee exam. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of esthetician license from California for Jenny Nguyen. Certification verifies initial date of licensure by examination in 2012 in California. Certification from Alabama is also active with initial licensure in June 2013. The recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Make a motion that applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Motion made by Ms. Kuppinger, seconded by Ms. McAllister, that she sit for the Tennessee examination. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of manicurist license from California for Jenny Nguyen. Certification verifies initial date of licensure by examination in 2006 in California. Certification from Alabama is also active with initial licensure in May 2013. Tax records are provided from 2008 through 2012 and work history and show work history as manicurist. Address information on some of the tax forms include Virginia and Tennessee, states in which she is currently not licensed. The recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Make the motion to take the Tennessee examination.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. McAllister, seconded by Ms. Smith. She sit for the Tennessee examination. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of esthetician license from Florida for Na Tai Nguyen. Certification from Florida verifies 500 hours. Initial date of licensure by examination in 2008 and is currently expired. Certification from North Carolina shows licensure by examination issued in 2009 and expiring in October 2013. No work history is provided. The recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Make a motion that applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Kuppinger, seconded by Mr. Herford, that she sit for the Tennessee examination. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of manicurist license from California for Phuong Thao Thai Nguyen. Certification verifies initial date of licensure by examination in 2012. The recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Make a motion that applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Motion's made by Ms. Kuppinger, seconded by Ms. Huckabee, that she sit for the Tennessee examination. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of manicurist license from Pennsylvania for Juan Vin Ning Tran. Certification verifies initial date of licensure by examination in 2010. Notarized letter states Mr. Ning Tran worked in the industry since 2008. Tax records are also provided. Pennsylvania requires 200 hours for manicurist license, and 5 years work history cannot be acceptable given that he was not licensed until 2010. Recommendations that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Make a motion you take the Tennessee examination.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Kuppinger, seconded by Ms. McAllister, that he sit for the Tennessee examination. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of aesthetics license from New Jersey for Sejal Patel. Certification verifies initial date of licensure by examination in 2011. Notarized letters state Ms. Patel worked in the industry since 2011. Recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Make a motion that applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Second. Motion made by Ms. Kuppinger, seconded by Ms. Smith, that she sit for the Tennessee examination. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetologist license from New York for Lee Alexandria Perel. Certification verifies initial date of licensure by examination in 2011. Transcript confirms 1,000 hours received. Recommendations that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Make a motion that applicant take the Tennessee examination.
Motion made by Ms. Kuppinger, she sit for the Tennessee examination.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. McAllister. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetologist license from Florida for Lisa Perti. Certification verifies initial date of licensure by examination in 2009 and 1,200 hours. Recommendations that the applicant be approved for reciprocal license.
When was the date of license?
2009. She's not quite at the 5-year history. And
I make a motion she take the Tennessee examination.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. McAllister, Ms. McAllister, that she sit for the Tennessee exam. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
application for reciprocity of manicures license from New York for Angela J. Porosky. Certification states Ms. Porosky was licensed by grandparenting clause in 2008 and is currently active. New York does not have records prior to 2008. Manicurist hours received are from 1990 and listed as 165 hours, but could not be confirmed. Ms. Porosky is currently licensed in Tennessee as an esthetician. She passed both exams in June 2013. The recommendation is that the applicant be approved for a reciprocal license for manicuring.
Now, how was she qualified?
She's got hours, well, she's got 165 hours toward it, but she's licensed in New York as a manicurist.
Said she was
They have some type of grandparenting clause that took effect in 2008, giving her that license.
She has a cosmetology license?
She right now is licensed as an esthetician.
Oh, esthetician.
Here. No?
I'm sorry.
No, here in Tennessee.
Is an esthetician licensed in Tennessee.
Correct.
But she took the exams in Tennessee for that
For
license.
that, yes, and passed them in June.
Or the aesthetics?
For the aesthetics, yes.
Okay.
So if you wanted to test for the manicuring as well.
I make a motion she test for take the Tennessee manicurist exam.
Second.
Motion's made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. McAllister. She sit for the Tennessee manicure exam. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of manicures license from Kansas for Derek Tron. Certification verifies initial date of licensure by examination in 2005 and expired in 2011. Certification from Florida by reciprocity verifies initial date of licensure in 2006 and is active. The transcript confirming 350 hours is provided. 1099 tax forms between 2008 and 2012 are provided, but those forms don't reflect the work industry. Recommendations that the applicant be approved for reciprocity.
And your recommendation is based on?
On the tax forms being there from 08 to 2012, he just provided 1099s, and so there's no way to know what industry it is.
Creative Nails, Tiffany Nails.
Okay. In 2010, yeah, you don't. Right. Yeah.
I make a motion we grant reciprocity.
Motion's made by Ms. Coopinger that we grant reciprocity. Do I hear a second? Seconded by Ms. Smith. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
Application for reciprocity of cosmetologist license from Florida for Lisa Womble. Certification verifies initial date of licensure by examination in 2011 with 1,200 hours. The recommendation is that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
I make a motion she take the Tennessee examination.
Second.
Motion's made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. McAllister. She sit for the Tennessee examination. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried. Your pile's getting low.
Yes, we're almost done.
Y'all
Two
y'all
more.
I'm watching that pile.
Application for reciprocity of manicurist license from Florida for Hatram White. Certification verifies initial date of licensure by examination in 2010 and 500 hours. Tax documents are provided from 2008 through 2012. Work history in industry is not clear and license was not valid during those years. Recommendations that the applicant take the Tennessee examination.
License was not valid.
In 08 and 09, you didn't get a license till 2010.
Make a motion to take the Tennessee exam.
Motion made by Ms. McAllister. He sit for the Tennessee exam. Do I hear a second? Second. Second by Ms. Smith. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
And last, application for reciprocity of cosmetologist license from Florida for Priscilla Williams. Certification verifies initial date of licensure by examination in 2009 and 1,200 hours. Tax documents provided for 2008 show she was a student. 2009 and 2010 she worked in the industry. The recommendation is that the applicant be approved for reciprocal license.
Based on not work history.
No, and I think I would take that back. We don't have 11 and 12 either, so.
Yeah. I make a motion she take the Tennessee exam.
A second.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Mr. Herford, that she sit for the Tennessee exam. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
We are done with reciprocity
Very
and
good.
on to the legal report. Whew. You want to do the legal or the blank first? You want to take a break or are we ready to proceed? Yes?
I'm good.
Good.
Everybody good?
You didn't get to your
library?
No.
Library.
Library.
What did I do? I'm gonna hit her. Or you want
The legal report is you'll have to go back to your books and open the second. Okay.
and another piece? That I could
Sure.
We got it.
Where am I supposed to be?
We're there. We're there.
Oh, okay. Oh.
I don't know. Right there, I guess. Nope.
I thought I itchy. Books.
Book.
Pretty early.
Library.
Yeah.
Is that for learning?
No, you put back what you were in.
Oh, library.
Pay my life with it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, Lord.
Did you put your punch?
You're welcome.
Okay, so much.
Everybody got it?
Mr. Herndon,
Yes, ma'am.
what is your suggestion on how to make this as smooth as possible? I see a stack that tall.
The actual report's only. I'm going to just summarize as much as I can, because this is pretty repetitive. We had our training session this past Monday with our inspectors, and 95% of the cases we have are generated by inspections that they bring us. So, in your legal report that you've seen recites the actual authority in each one of them. There's no point in reading that to you. I'll just pretty much say what happened and then what the recommendation is. So, the first category is previous cases with new information. Number 1 is 2013-008501. And this one was presented at the June 2013 meeting as follows. It was a notice of violation that they were in violation of some of our sanitary rules. The board assessed a consent order for a civil penalty of $750. The update is that the respondent sent in photographs of the nature of the violations, the location of the laundry equipment. And from these pictures, it seems the trash containers and the equipments are in compliance. And although the photos show an inspection sheet posted, which was part of it, we don't know if it was there at the time of the inspection or not. So I recommend that we maintain the authorization for a formal hearing and reduce the civil penalty to $250.
So we don't think the inspector did an appropriate job?
The respondent sent pictures in showing that the washer and dryer was actually in a separate room like it was supposed to be, and it's kind of hard to argue with that. So I brought it back to you. They might have a point, and that maybe we should reduce the civil penalty to $250 for not showing the inspection report, which there's no way to know if that was really there or not at the time of the inspection.
Do you not take the word of the inspectors?
Well, that was part of the training, is that if you can take pictures at the time, that would be great, because it has a time and date stamp on it. Because when something like this happens and the respondent sends pictures, it's obviously the equipment's in a separate room behind a door like it's supposed to be. If I had to take that to a formal hearing, well, I don't want to take that to a formal hearing. So they have proof that they're in compliance. And this is part of the things that we talked about with the inspectors, is to make sure you send in everything you need to support your inspection.
Can I bring up a question, please? It's been brought to my attention that the inspectors are not who we think they are. Are we still hiring inspectors that have had experience in cosmetology
As
and
of
other areas of this field?
the position was restructured or reclassified at the beginning of this year or middle of this year. So when we had one position open for inspectors, we had to open it based on the new field force position. And that position requires them to have experience in inspecting of some sort, professional experience, that kind of thing. But they do not have to be cosmetologists or barbers any longer. And that was restructured.
Something the board should not have been made aware of?
It was done for commerce and insurance. Had nothing necessarily to do with us specifically.
So what we're doing now is sending people into a cosmetology school or a salon with no experience?
They're not in that industry. They have experience. They do not have to be in the cosmetology or barber industry.
But y'all see a trend here of laxation that, we've had a pretty good cosmetology field here for years and years, and it seems like every time we turn around, something like this is happening, where the experience isn't there. I'm afraid we're just like Washington. That's all I got to say about that.
Did that affect all the boards that fall under commerce and insurance?
That is correct. That is correct. They have to have the experience. As a matter of fact, the position's experience now in the industry, whether it's auditing, within inspecting itself, as opposed, but they don't have to be specific to that industry. So that if an inspector is needed for a different board, they can be used because they will have
experience in like law enforcement.
Right. They've got experience in the areas that you need to inspect, but not necessarily specific to that board. And so they would have the rule book and the laws to go based on.
A rule book.
Yeah.
Inspection sheet.
And the inspection sheet,
pretty
the inspection
detailed
sheet
about.
details what it is you're looking for.
rule
So
this.
if you go through it,
As a school owner, would I feel good about that? Not having no knowledge or anything of the industry or what to look for, or like when we get in the files and look. Now,
Well,
these are just some questions I need to...
Right. And the inspectors don't go through the files. The inspectors are looking for sanitation and
never.
licenses. They don't ever go through the files. So they go through and look for sanitation issues that they would find in our industry and possibly in others. They follow the law book and have to learn the law book. And I've been asked when we were posting the page, and I said the reality is that a lot of inspectors that are on the field call me to go over the law book with the same type of questions. They're just not sure. So yes, it's great that they be experienced in that area, but they don't always know the answers to those questions either. Of, you know, the blood sample kit, whatever it is that they're looking at, or where does the, how many tubs there has to be, or the separate room for the washer and dryer. They may not know all of the specifics and sometimes call with those. The individual that isn't in the field would require additional training and time to learn the law book, but they need to have the equivalent experience.
Have you had any repercussions from the public?
We just recently hired the very first one. He's been on the field 3 full days. So,
3 full days.
Yeah.
Alone. Has he been in training?
Oh, yes, for 3.5 weeks.
For 3.5 weeks.
Yes. Yes. So this will be a first, but it's a position, that, like I said, that was changed for the entire division.
I don't think it's good.
At any rate, part of the training was, when I was there, was to try to make sure that these people, because they are the people bringing the evidence, pretty much all the evidence that we have, to make sure that they do it correctly. Because if they bring in stuff that's ambiguous or vague or just simply not there, we don't have a case. So they are trained as far as what the law says and what they're supposed to look for in that account.
But I asked a question, Rob.
Yes, ma'am.
For instance, you were telling us that you had pictures showing you where the washer and dryer was located. When you get those pictures after the inspector left?
That was after they got the first complaint that was approved. We didn't
If
have.
you were going to prove that you had those in a correct place, if you didn't have them, you'd move them before you took a picture, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you could. It's not easy to do. It's kind of like if you already have a room where you can put the washer and dryer and you don't do it initially, it's like, why would you do that to begin with? And then suddenly go and try to move it where it's supposed to be anyway. I mean, just logically, I just don't really think they moved it because of the inspection. Because if your washer and dryer hookups have to be in a certain place, because that's where the washer box is and all that. Hanging your inspection report, yeah, I could see where they'd go and get an inspection report and hang it after the fact. But things that require actually moving walls and putting things behind doors and all, I give them the benefit of a doubt.
Was this a new shop or had it been inspected before?
They have had a license since 1994.
Same inspector?
I don't doubt that. But they don't have much of a complaint history. I'm just willing to say, okay, well,
looking at everything.
That's why I brought it back to you, in case it's a little bit threadbare to me. And
I hate to have an inspector that I wouldn't necessarily take their word for it, working for the state.
I've told them I would like you to get pictures. If you see something that you're going to be on to somebody about, take some photographs, do something to memorialize the incident at the time. Because I have to think about what it's going to look like if I get in front of a judge and try to explain the inspection report and then the countervailing evidence that they've brought that, oh, it was always there. Yeah. Because they could argue that they have an animosity with the inspector and they were just trying to make me look bad, and it's best if you just try to prove your case up front.
Try to ease some minds. Someone that's an inspector has a clear-cut inspection sheet of what to go by.
Correct.
And
inspection sheet itself has the rule and then almost a paragraph explaining what the rule is. If you see the washer and dryer is not in a separate enclosed room, it's a violation of this rule, and you check it.
We what?
We approved the form last
Oh, the forms, yeah. Yeah, I'm just thinking,
We just didn't approve the people that are going to be doing it.
and that's not our place, is it? No.
Well, my question was, how did it get by if it's been inspected that many years?
That's something I'm not privy to.
Well, okay.
It could be that they did their laundry off-site and just
There's some things we've explained to the inspectors too. Sometimes you'll go in a shop and it'll be, the workstation will be disorderly or dirty, and it could be that somebody just finished a client and was walking them up to the cashier and just hasn't cleaned it up between people yet. So ask questions, well, this doesn't look good. And it'll give them a chance, well, somebody just was just there, we haven't cleaned it up yet. Just be a little bit more intensive about things before you start marking them off for it.
Has the inspector seen the pictures yet?
They didn't show them those particular pictures, but that was actually an example in the training. This is what can happen if you're going to allege something. If you're going to allege something and you think that they could come back and say maybe not, then take pictures. Just be sure.
Just a quick side note, this particular inspector is one of our senior inspectors. I mean, we just recently went through the hiring process. I don't want us to confuse and think that this case had something to do with, that'll be evaluated at some point, but that's not the case here. So at the training session, this was a good example for us to discuss.
The case that I get when I prepare this usually has 2 or 3 pieces of paper in it. I don't know anything about what happened at the time or who was there. I have an inspection report and a notice of violation. The rest is a mystery to me. And sometimes I learn more about it when the respondent sends things in, and that's what this case is about. Alrighty, so I don't think the board has done anything with this first case.
You want us to vote on each and every case?
I can go through each heading and then you can vote.
Okay.
Okay, number 2 is 2013-011921. This one was presented at the August 5th meeting. This notice of violation alleges that it was an unlicensed business. Based on this presentation, the board approved a cease and desist and a formal hearing to settle for $500. The update for this one is the consent order was returned unclaimed and the inspector was sent to investigate the status, and it looks like they're no longer there and the property is for sale. So the recommendation is to close the case with the option to reconsider if new information arises. Number 3 is 2013-012901. This one was presented at the August 5th meeting. The notice of violation alleges that the respondent, which is a licensed shop, didn't ensure everybody is wearing their name tags. They weren't keeping everything the way they should be. And then at the time, based on this, the board authorized a hearing with the settlement offer for $1,000 to settle. And the update is a review of the file indicates that warning was indicated on the notice of violation rather than citation. So I recommend rescind the consent order and issue a letter of warning based on the indication from the notice of violation and the lack of disciplinary history. This is something else that's been fixed on the notice of violation. It used to have warning and citation, and I think now it just has citation to avoid this kind of thing. Number 4, 2013-009081. This matter was presented at the August 2013 meeting. April 24th, notice of violation alleges the respondent, which is a licensed shop, didn't keep everybody's name tag on and had some sanitation violations. Based on this, the board authorized a settlement offer for $500. The update is the respondent submitted a written explanation that the name tag violation was due to an employee returning from lunch at that moment and had not put it back on yet. Services were not provided prior to reattaching it, and that the violation for a dirty brush was because the employee had just finished a client and was walking them to the cashier. So the recommendation is to rescind the consent order, issue a letter of warning based on the respondent's reasonable explanation and lack of disciplinary history, of which there is none, I believe. All right, that's the first heading.
Is there any discussion on those cases? That there are 4 of them. If not, do I hear a motion we accept?
I make a motion we accept.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, we accept. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. McAllister. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
All right. Under the title of new cases. Number 1, 2013-011881. Notice of violation issued on April 30 alleges the respondent, a licensed cosmetology shop, was using at least one unlicensed individual and failed to maintain a clean facility and label all products and keep all the tools clean. No complaint history for the respondent. Recommend approve the matter for a formal hearing with authority to settle a consent order for a civil penalty of $250 for each of the 4 observed violations for a total of $1,000. Number 2, 2013-011821. Notice of violation issued on May 22nd indicates a warning rather than citation. I'll tell you that up front. Alleges that the respondent, a licensed shop, failed to maintain a shop sign visible from the street and failed to maintain adequate ventilation and failed to properly maintain the restrooms. Recommend issue a letter of warning based on the indication on the notice of violation. Number 3, 2013-011861. Notice of violation issued on May 30th alleges the respondent, which is a licensed shop, failed to display a valid individual license at every workstation and ensure that the towels were kept separate and covered. Failed to ensure that all tools and implements were properly sanitized and stored. No complaint history for this respondent. Recommend a civil penalty of $750 and approval for a formal hearing. Number 4, 2013-012871. This notice of violation alleges the respondent failed to display a current inspection report and failed to ensure that a licensed manager was on duty during operating hours. Recommend a formal hearing. Authority to settle with a civil penalty of $500. Number 5, 2013-013101. The notice of violation indicating a warning rather than a citation and unaccompanied by an inspection report alleges the respondent, a licensed shop, failed to display all individual licenses and failed to keep trash containers covered and to keep the sanitizer clean. Recommend approval of letter of warning based on the issued notice of violation indicating a warning. Number 6, 2013-013081. Notice of violation issued on May 15th of this year that it again indicates a warning rather than a citation and doesn't have an inspection report. Alleges the respondent, a licensed manicure and skincare shop, was employing an unlicensed person because their license had expired and failed to display all individual licenses. Failed to ensure that everybody was wearing a name tag and had some sanitary violations. Recommend approve a letter of warning based on the issued notice of violation indicating a warning. Number 7, 2013-013781. Notice of violation alleges the respondent was employing at least 2 individuals without a valid license. Approve a civil penalty for a formal hearing. The civil penalty of $250. Number 8, 2013-011811. This consumer complaint alleges the complainant received substandard manicure services provided by an unlicensed person at the respondent manicure shop. A reply letter by the respondent's owner denies that this person was ever serviced at the respondent shop. And an inspection conducted shortly after the complaint was filed did not reveal any unlicensed persons and didn't result in a notice of violation. Recommend close the case due to lack of probable cause for discipline with the option to reconsider the matter should something come up. Number 9, 2013-013771. Complaint alleges the respondent, a licensed school, acted in an unprofessional way toward a current enrollee. From the submitted documentation, it appears the complainant, former student, was dismissed after 3 suspensions in accordance with the school's policy or rules. A review of the records in the complaint file indicate the respondent's activities in this matter did not violate any of the board's law and rules. relative to licensing. Recommend close the case due to lack of probable cause for discipline, with the option to reconsider if we have to. Number 10, 2013-012921. Notice of violation alleges the respondent shop was employing at least 2 individuals whose license was expired. Recommend approve the matter for a formal hearing. Settle with the civil penalty of $500. 11 is 2013-012311. Notice of violation alleges the respondent shop was employing an unlicensed individual, failed to post an inspection report or have a manager on duty, failed to and was equipped to provide waxing services which they're not licensed to do. And there were some things dirty about their facilities. Recommend approve the matter for a formal hearing. Authority to settle by consent order for a penalty of $1,500. Number 12, 2013-011891. Notice of violation alleges the respondent shop failed to display all individual licenses and didn't make sure everybody had their name tag. So recommend a formal hearing, settle with the civil penalty of $500. Number 13, 2013-012791. Notice of violation alleges the respondent shop was employing at least 1 unlicensed individual and failed to properly maintain its wet sterilizer. Recommend a formal hearing, authority to settle with a penalty of $500. Number 14, 2013-012821. The notice of violation alleges the respondent shop is providing services it wasn't licensed to provide. An inspector observed barber activities, but there's no indication any cosmetology service was being provided. Approve a cease and desist order against providing services for which a license is required until properly licensed. Number 15, 2013-012801. A notice of violation alleges the respondent shop was employing at least 1 unlicensed person. Recommend a formal hearing with authority to settle for $250. Number 16, 2013-012841. Notice of violation alleges that the respondent shop wasn't making sure everybody had their name tags, and there were some problems with their sanitation with the keeping clean brushes. Approve a formal hearing with a civil penalty to settle $500. 17, 2013-016931. Notice of violation alleges the respondent shop was not properly maintaining tools and implements, but there's no inspection report to accompany the notice of violation, so there's no evidence in the complaint materials to indicate a violation. Recommend approve a letter of warning based on the issued notice of violation. 18, 2013-016571. Consumer complaint alleges the respondent, an unlicensed person, was providing manicure services, obviously without a license. The respondent submits a letter in reply and includes written statements from family that all nail application activity is done as a hobby and without charge, and no services are offered to the public as a business. The complainant is a shop reporting that the respondent is conducting an unlicensed business for which there's no evidence. Recommend approve a cease and desist order against providing services for which a license is required until properly licensed. 19, 2013-016641. Consumer complaint alleges this consumer complaint is a companion to the above complaint and alleges an identical violation. The complainant is a shop reporting that the respondent, along with the above respondent, is conducting an unlicensed business. So one was a person, one was a shop. Recommend approve a cease and desist against providing services for which a license is required. Number 20, 2013-014091. A notice of violation alleges that the respondent unlicensed business was operating without a license. In the complaint documentation, the inspector states that the owner had advised that no further services would be offered to the public, and there's no complaint history. So recommend approve a cease and desist order against providing services for which you need a license. 21, 2013-013421. This consumer complaint alleges the respondent, a licensed shop, is employing at least 1 unlicensed person. An inspector was sent to confirm this and discovered that this was the case. The respondent shop's confirmed understanding that all practitioners in the shop must be licensed. Good. Recommend approval for a formal hearing, settle for a civil penalty of $250. 2013-016-581. This consumer complaint alleges a respondent who's unlicensed has attempted to obtain a license through the board despite not meeting minimum requirements. There's no evidence of the respondent ever receiving a license or attempting to participate in the profession without a license. Additionally, there's no evidence in the complaint alleging any actual attempted practice, and no complaint history. So with all that nothing in our file, I recommend close the case for lack of grounds for discipline. 2013-011-561, complaint alleges a respondent shop has been employing unlicensed individuals to provide services. The complainant is a former employee has come into conflict with the respondent shop's ownership. There is no evidence from inspections or from board records that this respondent has ever employed unlicensed people. Recommend close the case for lack of grounds for discipline. 2013-013-061. Notice of violation alleges the respondent shop failed to display 2 individual licenses at workstations and ensure that everybody was wearing a name tag. The notice of violation does not indicate that a citation was issued. Great. Recommend close the case with a letter of warning. 2013-011-411. Consumer complaint alleges the respondent shop was employing unlicensed persons at the time of manicure services, and that the persons providing the services were incompetent. There's no further evidence in the complaint file to support the allegation of unlicensed conduct. Recommend close the case for lack of grounds for discipline. 26 is 2013-016-331. The notice of violation alleges the respondent shop failed to ensure that all surfaces were kept clean, all the shampoo bowls were in working operation, and ensure that all the soiled towels were properly contained. Recommend approve the matter for a formal hearing, settle for $750, $250 for each of the 3 violations. 27, 2013-011-571. Consumer complaint alleges the respondent shop provided incompetent services in applying acrylic nails in potential violation of our statute. The complainant provides a narrative and photographs of the results of these services. The respondent has provided a written statement that a refund would be provided because of the complainant's injuries, but there is no evidence that this has occurred in the complaint file. Recommend approve the matter for a formal hearing, authority to settle for a civil penalty of $1,000. 28, 2013-013-381. The consumer complaint alleges the respondent shop was incompetent in the course of providing manicure services. The complainant provides a narrative and photographs of the results of these services. The respondent has provided a written statement doubting its responsibility for this incident and does not indicate that a refund will be offered. Recommend a formal hearing, authority to settle for $500. 29, 2013-015-191. Notice of violation alleges the respondent shop, that also is cosmetology and a barber shop, was allowing licensed cosmetologists to provide barbering services. At the time of the inspection, a barber was observed at the proper barber station, but razors were present at the 5 vacant cosmetology stations. There was no unauthorized activity in progress at the time of the inspection. So recommend close the case with a letter of warning against unlicensed practice. Number 30, 2013-015-231. Notice of violation, which doesn't have an inspection report to go with it, alleges that the respondent shop is allowing at least 1 unlicensed individual to practice, and there's no complaint history. Recommend close the case with a letter of warning against unlicensed practice. 31, 2013-011-431. This consumer complaint alleges the respondent shop was misleading in its pricing practices, the course of natural hair styling services, and potential violation of our statute against dishonest conduct. It's the only thing I could find. The complainant provides a narrative that the services provided on different occasions are priced somewhat higher at the time of service and when quoted at the time of appointment, and the respondent's prices should be posted. Recommend close the case for lack of disciplinary grounds. Business practices are not regulated as a minimum requirement for licensure. 32, 2013-013931. The complaint alleges the respondent obtained a cosmetologist license fraudulently by purchasing hours. The subsequent investigation of the matter revealed the respondent had legitimately obtained a reciprocal license through another jurisdiction, so I recommend dismiss the case for lack of disciplinary grounds. 33, 2013-012701. The consumer complaint alleges unsanitary practices in the respondent's professional manicure services. The pictures provided by the complainant are unclear. The letter submitted by the respondent's owner states that because the owner was not present at the time of the services, they can't really dispute it. However, the owner has taken remedial measures and required all remaining staff to be familiar with the sanitation techniques. There's no inspection report to support any of this, and there's no complaint history. So I recommend close the case with a letter of warning to abide by all required sanitary rules. 35, 2013-011551. The consumer complaint alleges the respondent, a retail outlet, employs unlicensed persons as manager of its cosmetics section. In a written statement, the respondent proves that its acting manager is fully licensed. Board records verify this assertion. Recommend dismissal. 35, 2013-010331. Consumer complaint alleges the respondent, a cosmetology student, has been employed at a salon and practicing professional services without a license. Other than the complainant's allegation, there's no indication that the respondent has been practicing as alleged, and there's no complaint history. Recommend issue a cease and desist order and close the case with a letter of warning against providing unlicensed services. 36, 2013-011221 and 2013-011222. This consumer complaint is a companion case to number 35 above, where this person was working, and alleges that the respondent, a licensed shop, has been employing a cosmetology student to provide services which he shouldn't be doing. Again, other than the complainant's allegation, there's no indication that the respondent has been practicing as alleged. The particular items that the complainant admits that although being invited to visit the respondent's shop, the complainant didn't do it. Those show up in number 5. Recommend issue a cease and desist order against the respondent's shop. Close the case with a letter of warning against unlicensed practice. 37, 2013-011401. The complainant alleges the respondent, an unlicensed person, has been providing mobile esthetician services, which prohibits providing professional services outside of a school or shop. The complainant provides no proof to support this allegation. There's no response from the respondent, nor does the respondent have a complaint history. So what can you do? Recommend a cease and desist order against the respondent's shop. Close the case with a letter of warning against providing unlicensed activity, regulated services. 38, 2013-016051. A notice of violation alleges the respondent shop is employing an unlicensed person, failed to ensure all tools and implements are properly sanitized. No complaint history. Recommend a formal hearing, authority to settle with a civil penalty of $500. 39, 2013-014541. A notice of violation alleges the respondent, a licensed cosmetologist without a shop license, failed to obtain a license prior to offering services to the public. They don't have a complaint history. Recommend approve the cease and desist advisory notice against operating a shop prior to become fully licensed. Almost there. 40, 2013-013761. The complaint alleges the respondent, a licensed school, has been utilizing unlicensed persons in the position of instructor trainee. The respondent states that this is due to advice from the board that this practice is acceptable, which I doubt. The source of this advice is not verified. According to the statute, an instructor trainee is any person who holds a valid license and so on and so forth. You got to be licensed. The board doesn't have the authority to deviate from this requirement. Recommend close with a letter of instruction indicating the statutory definition of instructor trainee. 41, 2013-013071. The notice of violation alleges the respondent shop was employing at least 2 individuals who were providing services to clients. When the inspector came in, they walked out the back door. The respondent shop was equipped with tools to do hot waxing, which are not licensed to do. The tools were dirty and not properly cleaned and stored in violation of our rules. The notice does not provide sufficient information regarding the 2 individuals in question. I don't know anything about them. There's no complaint history for this respondent, so recommend close the case with a letter of warning. 42 is 2013-013-091. Notice of violation alleges the respondent, which is a licensed shop, failed to display a valid individual license at all workstations. The 2 of them had licenses that had expired, and they failed to display the inspection sheet, failed to ensure that the floors and surfaces were clean, trash containers were proper, and tools and implements were properly sanitized. Laundry list. Recommend approve the matter for a formal hearing, authority to settle for a collective civil penalty of $1,500. 43, 2013-013-181. Notice of violation alleges the respondent shop was providing services while its license was expired. The board had previously authorized a cease and desist notice regarding the same violation at its April 2013 meeting, and the reason we didn't hear anything is the board's offices indicate the respondent's shop license has now been renewed. It wasn't renewed at the time, though. So recommend the matter for a formal hearing, with authority to settle with the $250 civil penalty. 44, 2013-013-791. Notice of violation alleges that the respondent shop was providing services to a client while its license had been expired since February 28th this year. They're renewed now. So recommend formal hearing with authority to settle $250 penalty. 45, 2013-013-801. A notice of violation in the inspection report alleges the respondent shop was operating for business and no manager was there, and the tools were not properly cleaned and stored, and that somebody wasn't wearing a name tag. Recommend a formal hearing, authority to settle for a civil penalty of $750. 46, 2013-013-811. Notice of violation alleges that the respondent shop was operating a business with no manager. They were equipped to provide waxing services, which they're not licensed to provide. There were dirty files and drawers and so on. Sanitation violations. Recommend approve for a matter for a formal hearing, authority to settle for a civil penalty of $750. 47, 2013-013-821. A notice of violation alleges the respondent shop failed to display its shop license and inspection sheet, failed to display at least 3 of the individual licenses at their workstations they were equipped to provide services they're not supposed to provide, and they had some sanitation violations. Recommend a civil formal hearing to settle with a civil penalty of $1,250. 48, 2013-013-831. Notice of violation alleges the respondent shop was employing an unlicensed individual. Recommend a formal hearing, settle for $250. 49, 2013-013-841. Notice of violation alleges the respondent shop had at least one person that didn't have a license, and they had some sanitation violations. Recommend a formal hearing with authority to settle for a total civil penalty of $1,000. 50, 2013-013-991. A notice of violation alleges the respondent shop was providing services while its license was expired. It's renewed now. So recommend formal hearing to settle for $250. 51, 2013-014-001. The notice of violation alleges the respondent natural hairstylist shop is operating with no manager present, and their shop license has been expired since August 31st. Recommend a cease and desist order, authorize a formal hearing, settle for a civil penalty of $250. 52, 2013-014-011. This consumer complaint alleges the respondent received substandard hair services provided at the respondent shop During the service, the complainant observed products for sale were covered in dust and dirty towels. Makes sense. Inspection conducted shortly after the complaint was filed did reveal that tools and color bowls were not properly cleaned and stored, and wet sanitizer is not clean, and name tags are not being worn. So recommend approve the matter for a formal hearing, settle the matter for a civil penalty of $500. 53, 2013-014021, a notice of violation alleges that the area inspector observed a respondent's shop license is expired as of May 31st and is displayed in a different shop location. Inspector states that the shop had been open under a new owner for a month without an inspection. There's no indication that cosmetology or aesthetic services were being provided at the time. Recommend a cease and desist advisory notice and close the case. Have any evidence? 54, 2013-014161. This consumer complaint alleges a complainant received substandard manicure services provided by an unlicensed individual at the respondent's shop. Inspection conducted shortly after revealed that the respondent failed to ensure that at least 2 employees were wearing name tags, were using unlicensed people, failed to properly clean and store equipment, and were not following sanitation procedures correctly. Recommend a formal hearing with authority to settle with the civil penalty of $750. And that's in the new matters. If you want, I can go ahead and do reciprocity.
Only a few of those. Why don't we do all of them and then we'll go back, if that's okay.
Hey. Reciprocity cases presented to close. Number 1 is 2013-010041. The above referenced respondent was investigated for reciprocity issues and their license was found to be properly issued. All of these are recommended to close. Number 2, 2013-010221. The above respondent was investigated for reciprocity issue, and on review of our records, a letter was sent to the respondent requesting certification of licensure from the reciprocal state or proof of education and license records. Further investigation of the matter revealed that the respondent's license is approved based on the reciprocal state of certification of licensure, that the respondent received 1,500 hours of instruction education, and a few months later they received a letter from the reciprocal state stating the certification of licensure previously issued to the respondent was issued in error and they only had 400 hours. Further, the litigating legal counsel for you contacted the reciprocal state to provide proof of licensure and education. A new certificate of licensure was received certified that the respondent had a manicure license which was expired on August 34 with only 400 hours. Board office records indicate the respondent's cosmetology license here has expired. Recommend close the complaint, flag the respondent's license file. In the event of reapplication, the respondent must be requalified and approved by the board in order to obtain a license. Last one, second to last one, perennial one. 2013-010121. The above referenced respondent was investigated for reciprocity. This had to do with Texas. Upon review of the board's computer records, a request was made to Texas where the respondent allegedly obtained the certification, and that state provided certification of non-licensure indicating the respondent had no license. During the investigation in the intervening time, it was discovered that certificates of licensure from the states of Texas and California were sent to the board office. Okay, then we contacted Texas in order to review the possibility of administrative mistakes. Provided the correct social security number, make sure we had the right person, along with the Texas license number. Texas responded that based on all this, they found a record for the respondent. However, it expired. Accordingly, this case was recommended to be closed based on the fact that a valid certification of licensure was received during the time we were concerned about. All is well. The last one, this number 4, 2013-010081. The above referenced respondent was investigated for an esthetician reciprocity issue. letter was sent to the respondent saying, send us what you got. And the request was made to the state where the respondent got the license. That state provided certification of non-licensure. Didn't have a record of them. During the investigation, the respondent provided copies of the examination's result that she passed everything she needed to pass. Once again, we contacted that state. Maybe you made a mistake. They corrected that mistake, and it seems like everything was in order. That's the end of that.
Are there any comments or questions for Mr. Herndon?
I had one, number 41.
Right to it, okay.
I didn't understand why there wasn't a penalty that with a hot wax machine and
I was thinking maybe it was because they didn't give me an inspection report, but I don't see that the case in here, so I think it's proper to give them a civil penalty, if that's what you'd like to do.
What amount?
Well, for one violation, it'd be $250.
oh yeah.
Like you're not being consistent on some of them. Like you have somebody that's got dirty tools and the shop's dirty and all that, it'll be dismissed, and then somebody's got a license expired and then they renew it, then you've got a $250 penalty on that. That's just an example.
It all depends on what's in the file and what can be proved. It's what whenever I got a case and there wasn't an inspection report, if there's only a notice of violation, because the inspection report is actually the evidence, not the notice that they did something. It's what they did, because that's the document that they hang up that the public sees. If I don't have that, then I'm more likely to give them a letter of warning, because I don't have it. So I can't take it to a judge and say, this is the inspection report, and then put the inspector on as a witness and say, what is this inspection report? Did you cite these people for this, 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 and this? Yes, I did. But with the notice of violation, I don't have it. So
and this many inspectors had their this letter of warning instead of violation? Really?
But we're trying to correct that problem.
Would it be because that you throw them out when they do write a violation and they're not fooling with it? Would that be part of it?
Well, I try to think about on down the line, because if we issue what you're doing, you're approving me to take this to trial. And we try to settle it with a civil penalty, but they don't have to do that. If they don't do it, then we have to go to a hearing. So I have to look at the file, at what I have, and what evidence is going to be there if it comes to that point. So I have to sort of make a judgment about how strong the case would be. And if it doesn't have certain elements that I think are really important to be in there, then I'm more likely to issue a letter of warning. But once again, this is part of our training on Monday to make sure that when you send something up, make sure it's got everything. Inspection reports, letters of notice of violation, pictures if you think you're going to be debated about it. If you think they're going to balk, take pictures. If you see something is hideously dirty at that moment, take pictures because they'll clean it up. And they're going to send a picture of something clean, and we don't want that.
I have a question on number 40 while we're on that page. Explain that situation better to me. I don't quite understand what was going on.
Yeah, this one was a little, and I don't really have the institutional knowledge. This happened before I came along, but apparently this school was using unlicensed people as an instructor trainee, and when confronted with that, they said that the board said they could do it, which I don't believe, but I wasn't there, and I think it's unlikely that any of you would have said, oh, that's okay, when the statute says you have to be licensed. But I wasn't there, and I don't think any of these people were there at the time either. I don't know if you were or not. But that's what they were citing. When they were confronted with it, oh, the board said we could do it. It's like, no, you can't. The statute says your people have to be licensed. Oh, okay. Well, I guess we'll use licensed people from now on.
Thank you. All right,
But,
I
you know,
have,
nobody here remember, you know, I doubt you remember ever doing that because you probably didn't do it to remember it. So, and
I have another question. Number 51. Natural hairstyling shop, operating business with no manager, present at the shop. Board office records indicate the shop, whoops, we jumped off. License was expired August 31st, and I noticed that they've had previous situations, consent order for $1,000, and then another consent order for $2,000. Is this a record that they've got going?
well, I think it looks like a pattern. Right now, they have no license to revoke, but whenever they did what
They don't.
no, it expired
Oh, that's right.
August 31st. But at the time that they got caught doing it, they did have a license. That's why I recommended a civil penalty. It's like when you run over a kid in your car and turn your driver's license in and say, I don't want to drive anymore. It's like, well, you had a license at the time.
Okay, that answered my question. Are there any more questions? Does anyone have any more? Do I hear a motion we accept? All except for the changing of number 41 to $250 penalty.
I make a motion we accept.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Coopinger, seconded by Ms. McAllister. We accept with the change of number 1 for $250 penalty. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
41. 41.
41.
Right. We've got a rulemaking project going. I think you've been sent a confidential draft. The reason it says confidential draft is because it is attorney work product. We sent you this draft of our progress so you would have a chance to read it and see what we're doing and see if you had anything you'd like to say about it. But like I say, until we have a rulemaking hearing, this is attorney work product, and which is kind of strange because normally that means that it's completely confidential, but because we work in the sunlight, when we do business in the sunlight, it can't be. Just keep in mind that it's work product. It's not to be shared with the public specifically, but in order for us to do our business and write proposed rules, obviously you have to take a look at it in a board setting. So you received that as part of your package, man, a couple weeks
Wednesday?
ago.
I think Wednesday I emailed it and mailed them, so everybody got theirs.
Had a chance to take a look at these, and oh, it's a lot to digest in a day or two.
Spent 2 days on it.
But
Do
we
you
have,
want me to ask a question that I haven't?
yeah,
Okay. I'm going to start from page 1 and move that way because it may take a while. On page 4, talking about the floor space,
yes.
This is all new wording, correct? Anything
underlined, it's
under-
new.
Shall not include space as storage, restrooms, utility rooms, passageways, inhabited administrative space, such as reception area, office and break area. So that's going to be a little more complicated, which is okay. When we go to open a new school to be able to subtract certain areas. So is it still 2,200 square feet?
I don't think that's changed, has it?
It's under 4 feet. It's the same thing.
Oh yeah, right at the bottom. I see it now.
The thing is that it looked like we've been having some people trying to use hallways, and
They have.
we really don't. That's not really the intention. So what we've done is we've added a definition which wasn't there before, of instructional floor space.
Okay, another question I have. All this is on this one page. Under number B, it's talking about the School of Cosmetology offering a manicure curriculum shall also be equipped with adequate instruction floor space for manicuring. What is adequate?
Yeah, I made a note on that same one that those were vague. All of those were
All
pretty
of them
vague.
are.
That's always been in there, though. It's if it's not underlined, it's always been there. We haven't changed it.
No, but you just brought it to our attention.
Well, I know.
Oh, well, you worked hard on this, I can tell.
I don't know. It's kind of hard to describe adequate, because if we put it in the rules and we're stuck with it, you can't interpret it on a case-by-case basis.
I have one place that has 4 manicurists, another place has 20. Okay, have another one. On page 5, page 5, number 1. If you read this, I'll know what I was going to ask. This is what I got confused at, because I'm not good at this yet, and I want whatever Tennessee does to be done correctly and make it best for the public and for the students. Apprenticeship student means a student enrolled in a school participating in the apprenticeship program with the intention of completing the school's curriculum under that school's apprenticeship program. What does this mean under their apprenticeship program?
Whenever somebody is enrolled to complete the program for their hours, some of them will enroll under the apprenticeship program and some will enroll in the standard way that we do it now. So this was just an attempt to identify students that were enrolled in the different programs.
If the school offers it.
If they offer it.
Because they don't have to, right?
And then the next, supervising licensed professionals means a license in the field of study is enrolled apprenticeship students who is in responsible charge of supervising and accounting for the student's apprenticeship program, credible activity, and providing the participating school with the student apprenticeship, my tongue's tired, apprenticeship active record. Do we have a record already designed for this? I don't understand.
That'll be something that we'll have to develop.
Well, is it saying that is the school, if a school has apprenticeship, offers apprenticeship, are they responsible, if the student is doing apprenticeship, are they responsible for testing them? How would that work? Who do they send it? Ma'am?
Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking,
who's responsible for testing? PSI is still the testing.
No, I don't mean that. The weekly test they take, a subject, a chapter test. And I keep getting confused. Is the school that is accepting apprenticeship responsible for the grades and sending the hours to the board, or is the shop?
Yes.
Guess what?
Yes, the school is still responsible. The way the public chapter was written is it's a program offered by the schools. So the schools are enabled to offer a program, and thus the hours will be reported by the schools working along with the supervised licensed professional per this definition.
Then supervised
I think that's
qualifications.
I think that's up for debate at this point. Is it discussed later in the rule?
It is on number 7.
Page 7.
Page 7. And I had a question written on that page.
Look at page 7.
Do we as a board have to approve the apprentice supervisors?
Currently, the way the public chapter was written, it doesn't allow the board the authority to license or create a register. So, no, it's going to be done completely through the schools. It's going to be the schools that are the party that allows who they apprentice, and they'll work together to determine if this person is reporting these hours to us, then effectively we have made sure that we feel like they're an adequate party to approve these hours for us. Does that make sense?
I mean, but there are some requirements, like they have to have 10 years consecutive experience.
That's in the statute.
Right.
Okay.
And the way the rule is written, do you know where it says?
I just didn't know if we had to approve them.
Well, they'll have to be a current licensee, obviously, and you'll have to look on their record to determine that information, but that'll be something just like the schools do with their instructors.
The school will take care of that, though. We won't know who the supervisors are, will we?
Well, if we get their document that they report their hours on, that information will show who the...
It just comes to the office, right?
Right.
Okay.
And it'll be in their school files for school inspections and that nature of things to check the hours, just like their transcript or their hours they report would be.
The schools, they don't have to offer the apprenticeship program, do they? Okay.
Okay, it says, for the purpose of this rule, responsible charge shall identify the licensed professionals in a supervision of a student enrolled in an apprenticeship program curriculum approved by the board and responsible for all aspects of that student's apprenticeship instruction.
Well, yeah, the curricula would be approved by the board. Enrolled in an apprenticeship program curricula approved by the board. So the apprenticeship program curricula is what's approved by the board.
Like any others.
The girl, the person that's in responsible charge is going to be the point of contact. The person, it's like an instructor that accounts for the students when they're in the field, verifies their stuff and reports for the school.
When we have instructor training, if a school offers instructor training, they have classes after hours for that instructor training. Will this be the same way in apprenticeship program? Would they have the person or salon that's doing the apprenticeship for them, will they have to have a special area where they teach them at off hours to make sure they get all their training in as far as the book goes?
When you say they, are you talking about the people in the program, the school?
No, the people at the I'm going to call the word salon. Whoever the person in that salon where they're doing their apprenticeship.
Are they what?
Are they going to provide a certain amount of time spent on the actual book, information, state board test, that type of thing?
I think that that's really something that's open right now. So I think it can be, if a, and I don't know that this is a rabbit hole, if a school wanted to offer the program, I don't think that it's set up where you offer necessarily 750 hours and then you send someone off in a shop and offer 750 hours. I think a school could say, on Mondays, you're going to be in the classroom, and on Tuesdays, you're going to work with your instructor, your apprentice, what is it? I want to use the proper definition so we can get used to it. Supervising professional on Tuesday to learn about what you did in class on Monday, and then on Wednesday maybe you come back to class and follow up on that. I don't think it's necessarily set out where you get everything in a school and then you come back and then you go out and work in the field. I think that depending on the way the school wants to set up the program, it could be both ways. Currently, the piece of the law that states you have to have 200 hours before you practice on a person, and from that point, I think it's up to the school how they want their program set up.
So that would still be the same for an apprentice, that you have to have 200 hours before you can...
A daily law...
Did I answer your question?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
I just have another one. A daily accounting for the apprenticeship hours awarded under this chapter by any school offering an apprenticeship curriculum should be maintained by the school and updated monthly. This log shall be made available for inspection at any time. So what's the correct terminology? Apprenticeship?
Training professional, maybe?
Training professional, what?
Supervising professional, sorry.
Supervising training professional.
SP, I'll call it SP.
Okay.
Supervising professional.
Thank you, SP. They would have to be in touch with this school at all times that approves of doing this particular program. Is that correct?
Yes, our viewpoint is that there will be some sort of form of hours that they submit. I would think that a class about manicuring would have certain manicures that you would have to do in order to apprentice for that manicuring class, and that would be what the supervising professional reports back so many hours doing this manicuring or that manicuring on a form that they report the hours back to the school, so the school keeps up with to ensure that they're meeting that.
Trying to think this through. If I walk in a shop and there's a supervising professional and she's got an apprentice with her, and for some reason I decide to let the apprentice cut my hair, so what would the advantage be for me? Is it cheaper? Who gets the money? Who gets paid if the apprentice does the work under the supervisor?
Under certain U.S. labor laws, the apprentice, if they're a working employee, they'll have to be paid minimum wage by the professional. But beyond that, think you as a client, it's up to you and the supervising professional at that point. I don't think we're addressing that in the rules.
Oh, we're not. I know some apprentices get paid, like electrician apprentices, they get paid. And but like I know the Hamilton County government, they'll hire some apprentices during the summer, and they aren't paid apprentices to do some work. I was just confused about how that would work.
That would be a business practice, and we don't regulate business practices.
I was just wondering.
Legislatures told us to set this up, so how they get paid, I don't know. I don't know. And we've lifted some of this from other states that currently have these programs, just in the interest of conformity and not reinventing the wheel.
Now, who has been working on this?
Lots of people. I've been working on some of it. Some other attorneys have been working on it. Some departmental people have been doing some research on it. I don't even know exactly who all. But what part I did.
A lot of the majority is the legal staff. And Roxana herself.
I'm trying to make some efforts in keeping it within the legislative intent.
So there's going to have to be more concentration on who qualifies to be a supervising person. Well, because I'm reading over here, it says no participating school shall allow any person not appropriately licensed to provide any supervision. Appropriately licensed, that would mean that 10 years.
What section are you?
I'm on page 8, the very top paragraph.
Look at number 3 down there.
Above, on page 7. Is that where you are?
7, if you look at number 3 down there, it says any supervising licensed professional in responsible charge as provided in this rule shall have at least 10 years consecutive years of experience as a licensed professional in the field of study in which the supervision is provided and hold a current valid Tennessee license issued by the board. And it says underneath that the schools, a participating school is responsible for confirming a supervising professional's qualifications. That's why we don't have to worry about it, because the schools, they're the ones that are supposed to make sure that person's qualified to be a supervisor.
The heading paragraph just sort of regurgitates what's in the statute.
The more we talk about it, the more facets we find. There wouldn't be no way me as an operator would want to have an apprentice. I mean, look what all that it entails.
And it says
just like your instructors or what in the school, and have got to keep up with all that. More problems to you. More work. I mean, I'm just expressing what's been told to me and what I hear and see. But the more we talk, it unravels more little things. And the one that introduced this. Okay. Okay. I wanted to be sure it was okay. But the one that introduced it, I don't know where it came from. You know, and from what people are talking to me about. but I can see it would be a great deal more work.
Any statutory change.
Mentally?
Any statutory change, whether it's big or small, takes a lot of training for staff and reconsiderations for boards. We see it all throughout reg boards all the time, across every licensing field. And like we've said before, we're just here to do what we're assigned to do, which is to make rules, and it's not going to be easy, and we have all established that. So.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
In a
That
few
it
years-
entails a lot more
Yeah.
than what anybody ever thought of when they came up with that or introduced it, unbeknownst to anybody.
Few years I've been here, I think we've implemented 4 or 5 brand new licensing professions. And I've personally have had to write all the rules for a couple of them. And it is a lot of work. But it's something that has to segue, it has to be married into our statutory schemes and what we do here in regulating professions. But yeah, it takes some work. Fortunately, this is a program that exists already in some states, and at least we're not doing it from scratch.
That's what I was thinking. We're not reinventing the wheel. There are apprenticeship programs
Yeah.
set up in other states, but and the good. I mean, there's a couple of good things. It's not mandatory. You don't have to do it in your school, and it shouldn't change any. I can't see it being competitive to schools that are already set up. I really can't. It might be an option for some people, but I am a little bit concerned about the hours that were set up initially, 750. That concerns me because, I mean, just right off the top of my head, Georgia's apprenticeship hours are 3,000. So that's a concern of mine if we can tweak this or, I've mentioned to a couple of people that are hairdressers that, gosh, did you hear about this apprenticeship thing? And both of them said, I would have loved to have done that. I could have learned so much. And I was like, really? So I don't know. I'm trying to, it's just, if it's set up, it doesn't need to hurt anybody that's already in the profession. It doesn't need, so if it's here, we've got to make sure that, the problems that arise, that we need to find solutions for them, I think.
I remember a few years ago, we implemented a licensing program and had to break the news to everybody that had always been doing it that suddenly what they're doing requires a license. You have this, suddenly what you've been doing your whole life requires a license, and you have this amount of time to get that license, and a lot of them didn't qualify for it. That was uncomfortable. But, at least with this program, we have a way of making it as smooth as we can transition.
I had another question on page 9. This might just be a dumb question, but number 4, where it says every student enrollment agreement shall, A, be signed and dated by the student. Can that be electronically signed?
It doesn't say. That's the current rule as it is. I think that is fine. I think as long as they have a signed agreement, electronic signature is fine.
Well, that's come up before us where we had to decide. Yeah.
I don't think that the rule says any one way or the other, and I think a lot of the current statutory changes that are coming through the legislature are allowing for electronic, everything electronic.
I just didn't know if it needed to mention that or if it was okay or...
I think it's just as we can add electronic as a possibility. I think there's another place in here where we say contact by email.
Just so that it doesn't come up in question again.
Yeah.
That it's okay to do.
It's not prohibited in the rule now, so we can assume it's allowed.
I'm not assuming anything.
On page 11, you put someone put something in there. I'm going to give you credit. I like the C under 6 that you put in there. Penalty for late monthly reports.
Yeah, that's been a problem for us.
I am so glad you put that in there. So if any school is late with their report, it costs them $25. Okay,
But
the
is that-
fee for,
But is that per student?
oh, is that per student or per record?
I think it's per their
Record.
late.
Say.
Right.
That month, if they're late reporting those, and we
think
have a few
collectively.
schools, yeah, that'll wait. Not yet, no.
If your license fee needs to be raised, it would be reciprocity as many as we handle.
Actually, I think that's addressed in the next
It
page,
is
at
on
number
Okay,
12.
I'll-
Page 12.
I just hadn't got over here. See, I hadn't got mine till late.
You
Okay.
can't email your monthly hour report. And email your monthly hour reports. If that was. No, what Roxana was thinking, can you submit them online through a submission type thing like PSI has? Now, if you want to email your monthly hour reports, you can do that, absolutely. We wouldn't have to scan them then. We'd be able to automatically press a button to upload them to our system, which would be fantastic. I'm sorry, I interrupted.
I was viewing electronic in the big scheme, what I'd love to do, but
With reciprocity, we didn't raise the fee, but now you're required, or will be required, to submit your fee when you apply. Because what's been happening,
oh,
Well, tell
they'll
us
sit
what's
there forever.
Currently, because the fee under reciprocity doesn't clarify that it needs to be paid up front, everything that the board office does, and additionally what you do, if the person isn't approved and they don't want to test, we never get a fee for processing that application. And we do all of this work, and then sometimes people don't ever pay because they've never been approved for their licensure. So we are requesting that the fee be made up front for the licensing procedure, even if they never get to that piece.
Writing to request reciprocity is 50.
So all the work that the board office does, in addition to your work reviewing everything, they don't even pay until they get approved.
And many times, if they're told to test, then it stops there. So we've done all this for nothing. And our hope is that they'll follow up because there's that commitment to the fee. They'll follow up and get us the tax forms and everything quicker.
All right. When they apply for their test, don't they have to send the money for their test in? So why shouldn't the reciprocity be the same way? I think that's a good idea.
It should be, and you're right, and that's why we're adding it.
before we couldn't make them do it.
Right.
Well, on this same page, we deleted all these different violations. I didn't take time to read all those codes. Just in general, tell me what that is.
All the same statute.
And
It's just different subsections. So what I did is deleted all the references to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I just made it paragraph B because it's all paragraph B.
Okay, well, I didn't take time to go through all those codes.
It just seemed a bit redundant.
Getting closer.
Okay, and then on page 12, at the bottom there, number 2, all that, you've got it lined out, it's deleted.
Yeah. We squashed that whole rule down into something that's a little bit more comprehensive.
into the one underlined sentence under number 1 clarifies everything that's redacted there.
Now, let's get to the part where they have a natural hairstyling school, a manicure school, esthetician school. We've got to come up with.
What page are you on?
Really, I'm on page 13, but we've got to come up with what the school is required, how many square feet requires. You see where I'm coming from? That hasn't been addressed.
If you read, let's see. If you read the second part under that 0440-1.16 at the bottom of 13, instead of and this is obviously up to you all, instead of creating a list of requirements because it's already created for a full cosmetology school, they have what they need for each program, and if they'd like a waiver, they just request, and we'll have to create a waiver form likely. They're not offering a cosmetology program, so they would request to waive the need for shampoo bowls or, whatever the case may be.
Sort of looking at it from the other end. Instead of writing a bunch of requirements for it, it's just that if you don't feel like you need to meet requirements for a full school, tell us why. You can remove a lot of that equipment that you don't need.
A license cannot be laminated.
Not anymore.
The purpose of that rule was the licenses used to come with a hologram on them, and when you held the license up, if it was laminated, you couldn't see if it was printed or not printed or if it was a fake. Well, they don't put that on the license anymore. So the whole purpose of that initial rule is kind of wiped when they quit printing them with the hologram.
I have several schools that they have instructors that work at the school, but they also work in a salon. Now, it got confusing whether they should make a copy or apply for another license. And what is the latest on that?
We are recommending that if they need to have another license because they work at two shops or a school and shop, that they pay the $10 and get a second license. A copy just looks fraudulent, so it's always going to be questionable. If they get the second license, what we do is we document that they either work at a school also or two shops, and instead of carrying them back and forth or losing it or having it damaged, they therefore can display the license in both places.
And we will issue a second license. I was told that we could not get the second license.
It's technically not a second license. It's a duplicate of your first license. There is a little number on the license, and our system recognizes that number on your license. And if for some reason the inspector's there and they call in and reference that number, if it's not the most current one, they'll address that with the person. Do you work somewhere else where there's another license? Because our system says that your current license number, and it's not your license number, it's
the actual voucher or
it's a little piece
document
on the license document where our system registers every time you get a duplicate, that number in our system changes. And it's not your physical license number, like you'll always be 0440 whatever. Just like any other licensee will always have their same license unless they let it go and then have to retest and everything. But and that's the piece where we can keep track. So if you get 5, we have in our system that you've gotten 5 and what those are. Does that make sense?
You know how many duplicates there are?
Mm-hmm. Right.
But we will continue to get the little...
most recent number is what we have in your system that should be your current. So we only recommend that you get a duplicate in an instance as of you work at a school and you work at a shop. So.
Exactly.
And or if you work in two.
Right.
I have one more question. The last one. Question and a comment. On page 17, number 3 under 8, apprenticeship students, all students participating in an apprenticeship program in a licensed school must wear attire prescribed by the school and participating shop collectively. A student must wear a name tag identifying the student as apprenticeship student and identify the school under which the student is participating in the apprenticeship program. So their name tag would have their name on it and the name of the school. Is that correct?
Proposal.
An apprenticeship student as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Be identified.
And just, this is something that's always been this way, but I was reading and it didn't make good sense. Page 16, under 3, talking about every manicure shop should be equipped with 1 manicure table with stool or chair per manicurist. 1 patron chair. Shouldn't that be, just add to that per table? I mean, it just makes it look like they just need 1 chair.
I think it's a
Chair for the whole shop?
Yeah, that's what that's the way it kind of comes across.
No, it says one manicure table with stool or chair per manicure.
Whatever, I don't care.
Oh, and the
not
person's
important.
reading is
Yeah, that's not important.
Chairman, I had one. Did you have another one?
Oh, Mount, I'll shut up.
I had one. We have talked about it in meetings before prior, and it's in regards to continuing education. and retiring license. So
What page are you on?
it's not in here. It'll be 62-4-114B. It's in the green book. When it
62-4 dash what?
114B.
13, I think we did.
There was a typographical error when the book was published. Down there, it's got 24.
It's not a typographical error unless the legislature approves a typographical error in their bill.
Okay.
That's something that you all had brought to my attention, that you had
When
been
you first came on,
doing
yeah.
it as 16 hours, and you all had marked through it and changed it to 16. And we have let the powers be know that there's no 24-hour course. You would have to go to more than one 16-hour course for continuing education, and that's all we can do until they make the legislative change. We have to require people to get 24 hours.
Well, I understand that, but aren't we in the process of changing?
Not the laws. That's a code section. So if, if when sunset comes up and they say, is there anything that needs to be changed, we can. Yes, and we are aware of it, yes.
And we were told, okay, speaking of sunset, that it would come back up in the fall now.
It hasn't been scheduled yet. We have still been advised that there's a possibility that it can be scheduled, but if it's not, it'll come back up in legislative session.
14.
Yes.
Yeah.
There was one other thing that I wasn't aware of. It's not underlined, so evidently it's been in there. But for a military spouse,
that's new. There's a section that says new rules on page 13. That's where it starts.
To issue a temporary permit to practice.
That is a law change that happened year before last.
Getting to it now.
The whole entire division of regulatory boards that licenses is required to allow for military spouses to have a temporary permit to practice if they show they don't meet these standards. Currently, we expedite them, but this is all new. That rule is new, so we'll have to effectuate how we do temporary. But there was some legislators who were very in favor of getting military and their spouses out to work as soon as possible if they came and tried to get licensing in the state, and so that's why that law was put into place. And actually every single board and commission within regulatory boards has a rule very similar to this in front of them right now. So if you see anything on that you think needs to be looked at or overdone, I know actually when Miss Beverly Waller was here is when that all happened, so it's that far back.
Oh, sorry.
Page 3. Okay.
On page 3, you said, or forms?
Right through G.
You're on page 3.
First page on there. First page.
Oh, that's not new. That's the same. Oh, we took out, the fumigant.
You took it out.
Uh-huh. Hey, isn't that where fumigant was taken out?
Yeah, what I was reading.
Right, that's currently what the rule says now.
But that isn't correct, is it?
With fumigant? No.
Got the electronic heating mask, which doesn't exist.
I would like to discuss G on page 3. A wet sterilizer at each student's workstation. I would like maybe some more opinions on just saying a wet sterilizer for each student, not necessarily on the workstation. The reason I'm saying that is because over the years visiting schools where that's on the station, the students are going to put the combs and brushes in that as long as it sits there. To me, if they've got one for each student, it could sit at the back bar or someplace in the school other than at the workstation. As long as it sits there, you're going to go in to inspect, and there's going to be dirty combs, and the barbicides are going to be dirty.
What would be your recommendation on changing that?
That's just my opinion. I'd like a my opinion would be to have a wet sterilizer for each student, but not necessarily say on the workstation, because as long as that sterilizer is sitting there, when they use a comb or a brush or whatever, they're not going to walk back to the running water and clean that and come back and put it in there, and then when they use it again, go back and rinse it and then come back. They're going to put it in there dirty, and then that contaminates the sterilizer.
It may be better if you add an additional number that says one wet sterilizer per each student and then one wet sterilizer at each workstation, because you don't want to remove the thought that each station should have a wet sterilizer. Does that make sense? You don't want wet sterilizer at each station?
No.
What's the requirement for shops?
I just told you.
Well, I understand that, but if you have one per student and per stand, then there's going to be places where there's not any, and that's a requirement for a shop as it is. Every student different location,
yeah.
So that it's close, and so that they rinse and then put it in. When they take it out, they rinse it and use it. Because if they're right there at the client, they're not going back and rinsing it, is what I understand. That be addressed under the wet sterilizer rule.
Okay.
The wet and dry sterilizer.
I've seen it for years, and I can go in most any school right now and find where the students has used their comb, and unless they've changed it this morning, and find dirty ones, because I can go in a school and I can start pulling them out. This needs to be changed, that needs to be changed, and it's a waste to a school to have to put every time a dirty instrument goes in there. You've got to clean it then.
Could that be under sanitation and disinfection under the second piece of the rules?
No, it's G. What I'm saying.
Well, I understand where you're saying, but isn't that procedurally how they should maintain their cleanliness as opposed to the location of where it should be?
It's just being reasonable to go into school to inspect.
I don't.
Okay. I'm just talking about for the years of experience that I have got. Rufus, what's your opinion on that?
I slapped my kid about 10 years ago with that very thing. I ain't forgotten it. I understand it, but we never did change it.
But I understand we can't change it because of the way it's written. It's supposed to be there. That's just what I'm asking.
Right. Well, I was just trying to find out with your thoughts, and I'm just discussing because obviously we need to understand. When you go to 0440-2.13 under the wet disinfection standards for combs, if that's what you're referring to. No, it's not on that. It's on that.
Oh, you're on your book.
Right. Under 13, the wet disinfection standard, and then it goes under combs. It says you should have enough combs for proper sanitation and efficiently They can't carry them in their. Could we put a section number under that to reference how to clean them? That they shouldn't put the dirty ones back in that.
They already know how to clean them. That they're taught that in school. If we've got an instructor here, why could we not let them explain what I'm talking about? Could we do that?
No.
No?
We can't.
Why?
Because we don't want to open up anything for discussion outside of a rulemaking hearing, because we don't want any changes to be questioned.
I was just trying to prove a point to you, Rachel. That's all.
And I understand that, and I'm not trying to be conflicting. I'm just trying to make sure that that's the proper place. And if you think that's the proper place and the rest of the board does, then all we need is language, put it there and change it.
Okay, I'm asking for a wet sterilizer for each student and just leave out the workstation on it.
Perfect.
Let me tell you, we had an inspector that felt strongly about this like I do. And he said, well, ask the schools to put just half this size. You got sterilizer right there. You've got it in this container. Then you're meeting the requirements of the law, but clean them at the sinks or shampoo bowl, wherever, so they won't be sitting in there.
Just an issue at schools?
Well, I don't go in shops.
Well, I mean, I guess that would be a question for the inspectors. We should poll that.
My wet sterilizer is sitting by my shampoo bowl. And if I was busy, I wouldn't take the time to leave my chair and go clean that and bring that back and put it in there. And then if I was going to use it, go back and rinse it again. If it was a particular comb or whatever that I wanted to use.
I think that's fine.
And Madam Chairman, may I interject something? While we're talking about wet sterilizer, sanitizer, I think that should be sanitizer instead of sterilizer. Check into that and see, because sterilize means autoclave. Sterilize.
Great point. You are under the contention it should be sanitizer, not sterilizer. Okay.
Hey, for K, how are you going to explain that? What would be your explanation of K?
This section 1 that we're going over now are the laws as they are. So there will be nothing that's changed under that. So it would be interpreted as it currently is.
Okay, is an inspector going to say that you need those dry tablet sterilizer things in there? Sterile dry?
Fumigants?
Yes.
That's removed because the board had previously removed that because of EPA
I know that.
reason.
I know that. But what if you got an inspector that don't see it that way?
It the way that the board wants them to see it. It's very difficult for us to regulate this profession if they all have varying views on things. They'll see things the way you say.
And that's the piece of how board regulation comes into play. If they wrote a notice of violation for something that shouldn't be received as a notice of violation, then the board could look at that when the legal report is presented to them and say, this isn't the way we interpret this rule, and you could recommend to close. And that's how that would work.
Do you have consent orders?
Yes.
Are you ready? Are we ready with, you're all done with the questions?
Everyone through with questions? Okay.
Yeah.
Consent orders.
Well, when I commented on that, the wording of it, I just think we need to check out, see what is what as far as the sterilization on sanitizing.
I think a
That's
definition
me.
would be great for that. And I think that's, our rules are lacking a lot in definitions.
And then as June says now, see, we go down through there to dry sterilization. And we're looking, each shop, you know, we've got to have the ultraviolet. But we need to know what we're dealing with and what we're...
Okay, back on your iPads, we are on page 38 of 40, the September consent orders. For the month of September, they totaled $7,750. I need a motion to accept.
I make a motion to accept.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Coppinger, seconded by Ms. McCows to accept 7,750 consent order. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
The next item is our 2014 meeting calendar. We are on page 40, and then we do have a few other business things, but the calendar dates are available for you to review. They are the first Monday of every month. The 3 months that we don't meet are noted on the calendar, and we're not in this room the one day that we're bumped. We're in 1B, but otherwise we'll be in 1A all of 2014, and if you approve those dates, then we're going to post them to the website, and until the end of the year, we'll have November and December still open, and then add 2014 so people can look ahead.
Do I hear a motion we accept?
So moved.
Motion made by Ms. Huckabee, we accept the dates for the board meetings in 2014, seconded by Ms. Smith. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes carried.
The next thing I want to talk about for a minute is PSI school open house that we had, and then update you on some questions that came up last board meeting. The 3 sessions went very well. We did Memphis, Nashville, and Knoxville. The schools that came and the instructors that came had great questions. They were very excited about the change. As of October 1st, the online submission has been completed for the schools directly to put their hours into PSI. So they're going to take advantage of October through December, being able to test it, work it out. There was just a small glitch in codes for barbering. They got that fixed, and so right now they seem to be going well. We have increased calls from the schools, which is what we expected, and instructors just wanting to know what to do with the transfer of hours, those type of things, but it's all going very well. On January the 2nd, it'll be mandatory for them to start submitting them this way. But in the meantime, at the end of October, there will be a webinar hosted by PSI. They've not given us the date yet. So as soon as they can release the date for that, we will send one of those email notifications to everyone, letting them know when the webinar will be hosted. And individuals can just do it online and do the training that way. Yes?
They're more of a problem testing in Middle Tennessee than they are in other parts of the state, as far as backup is concerned.
I don't know of a region being worse than another. I do know that I think during this particular last week and a half or two, they might have been busier and gotten some calls, because I have asked Lynn to follow up on a couple. So if it's been recent that students and slots are busy, I think something maybe has gotten them to be a little bit hit harder maybe, but I will check and see if Middle Tennessee tends.
Two graduates have driven all the way to Knoxville, and that means they've got to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, drive all the way to Knoxville, take an exam, drive all the way back home. It's about 15 or 16 straight hours.
What I know that we did at all of the training sessions, I've heard Lynn do it at the continuing education seminars. Anytime a school is trying to help a student get into test and the classes are full, the spots are full, you are to let Lynn know. Don't hesitate to email Lynn. It's lthomas@psionline.com, and let her know that your student can't get in, because I think they've been successful when they reach out to her. That is her priority. So don't hesitate. But I appreciate it. I'll look into it too. One of the things that we talked about, or you had questions, was regarding the questions for the tests and the review of the item bank that we discussed. We talked about that with Lynn, and the first quarter of 2014, PSI is going to be requesting a list of subject matter experts. And so they search out these experts to participate in the meeting. This will include board members, myself, PSI staff, and then representatives from the industry. And Lynn did provide me with the names that attended. I think, Ms. Colley, you were there, Nina, the last time that they did it. So they're hoping that we can do that the first quarter of 2014 to do that review. The other thing that we discussed was the possibility of NIC testing and how, that came up. And so we did do some asking. Basically, the exam, when we did the NIC testing, the board decided to not do it any longer because of the lack of flexibility. So just the way the test is put together by NIC, it means that we are limited on what the material is. And so PSI does offer it if we want to continue looking at it, and or looking further into NIC testing as a whole. But that's the reason that we stopped doing that particular test.
Roxanne, at the present time, do you know how many states use PSI?
Use PSI? No, I sure don't. I can find out. I know we talked about which states resemble ours the most, and Texas's test supposedly is pretty similar to ours. Michigan is too. And so I can ask how many places they test in. Yeah, I'll let you know.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Before we go any farther, is it okay if I ask, in June, why are we meeting the second Monday, and you've got the second one instead of the first Monday?
June 9th?
Should be second. What?
Maybe a holiday. If the state is closed, generally, we don't schedule a meeting. That might be the Labor Day, the Memorial Day weekend. Is that weekend before, maybe? No?
I think that's it. It was the weekend before. I will look at June the 2nd to move, unless I don't have a notice to why it was the 9th, unless there was just a typo on my part, and I'll move it back to that first date, which would be June the 2nd. Yeah, it's not a holiday.
It's Flag Day.
We'll bring our flags.
Isn't that Memorial Day weekend?
That's in May.
It's in May.
So it would be the weekend of
30, 31st, 1st.
That's probably it.
That's it. And mine isn't showing, but is that the holiday?
I don't mind this.
Yeah.
Siri.
It isn't. It's in the morning.
Changed it before because of that, I didn't think.
Guys would get Monday off for.
Yeah, we would get Monday off. So I think Memorial
That's
Day
it.
would be May the 26th as opposed to that
Well,
Friday.
it looks like. Oh, June the 1st.
Yeah.
June the 1st.
It's on Sunday.
Right, so the first Monday in June would be June the 2nd. Unless it's a holiday, I will move our meeting to June the 2nd instead of the 9th. But if it is a holiday, I will leave it as is. I'll let you know.
For
Yeah.
next meeting. Okay.
Yeah. So regarding the NIC, the PSI, I will let you know for the next meeting how many are using PSI for testing.
Okay, thank you.
And then absolutely. The other question that came up was regarding the languages as we looked at reciprocities, the possibility of adding other languages. And that is something that, again, PSI does do in other states. So we're going to look into it further to see how many languages. The Spanish and the Vietnamese may be very needed, and then kind of look at the possibility of what that entails so that we can have the discussion of adding it.
Yeah, I think the issue there is cost. So we would have to. They've sent us some startup quotes of cost, which is a little astronomical. We got a little sticker shock, so we're going to ask them to look back at it.
Another update regarding the 2013 cosmetology school renewals. We are really completely done. All licenses have gone out for schools. It went pretty smooth. We did the remote auditing that you all approved for a total of 8 schools. We have 2 schools just with small items pending, and other than that, they will be all done for the 2013. Then the last, well, 2 more things. I wanted to update you on the inspector training. The last time we spoke, we mentioned that it was going to be September 30th, and Rob has brought it up. It went very well. We took advantage of having all 10 of them in the building. So for the Monday training session, we covered their use of their spreadsheets, and I think with a few of you we talked about they use Excel now to get the list of their shops. We had hands-on. They were able to use the computers, and so it went very well. And we took advantage of going over notices of violation, the inspection sheets, using their iPhones to take pictures when applicable. So it was a good thing. And then we kept them over for a second half day of training. And I'll let Rachel update you all more on, but basically they stayed and did training on Tuesday with the rest of the office staff so that they could all attend the customer-focused government training on Tuesday.
2 things. One thing Roxanne actually forgot to mention that I'm excited about is we are getting all of the field inspectors' identification badges, where when they go into a shop, if there's a question about who they are, they will have an ID with their picture on it and their name and their position as a field inspector. So we were really excited about that because I know a lot of people have questions if people just roam in their shop, no way of identifying them. And they say, well, some people say, well, you weren't the inspector previously. How do I know you're the same? And how do I know you are who you say you are? So it's nice for us to standardize that. And actually, all of regulatory boards for the field staff is going to get some form of identification, which is exciting. Also, so they got their pictures taken on Tuesday for their new ID badges. They haven't gotten them yet, but it will be very soon. Customer-focused government is the training that they had on Tuesday after their full day of cosmetology law learning and Excel learning and whatnot. And it is one of Governor Haslam's initiatives to assure that all state employees have a customer-focused behaviors that they grasp. And we were all sent, every state employee, last week an email from the governor's office that said that there is a tracking system online on the customer-focused initiatives that are going on, and we have metrics that we're trying to meet. And so their training was on Tuesday. It's a 3-hour training. I am actually one of the customer-focused government training facilitators, so I got to hold that, and they were all very, very excited. It's all about grabbing behaviors that are customer focused. It's about your attitude and what behaviors exhibit a customer focused attitude. And it's very exciting. They were all very, very happy about the training. A lot of times anybody who comes in for a mandatory training is great, a 3-hour training, but they were all very happy that they got to do it. We got to use a lot of their scenarios where they're in shops and they get bad feedback, how to deal with that, what to do, and a lot of the board office resources that they can utilize and scenarios to help them be more customer focused. So that's all I have on that.
So there are 10 inspectors?
Right now, yes.
Do we need more, or is that it?
That's full.
Well, we are fully... We have 10. We still have an open area, and a position has been opened, requested by HR, so there should be another position to be filled.
Any way to get a little more professional looking badge for us?
That is what board members get. I don't know.
That woman last night at the motel looked at that for 5 minutes before she approved it.
What is it?
Is that your little card that you get?
Probably not. No.
That's what the inspectors have right now. So if you think as a board member they left, you think of what the inspectors get with that walking into a shop. I don't know. I mean, I could check on that. I think that that's what there is.
I think we can afford it.
I'm really glad they're getting those badges, because where I go, there's a little manicure shop down near where I live, and it's a husband and wife, and they're real accustomed to the former inspector, and so they won't know the new inspector but that recently they've had to keep their door locked because there's been some break-ins in some of the shops in Chattanooga, and so especially, if there's just two of them there, and I don't know, so they keep it locked and let their customers come in, and so that would be really helpful for them to have.
I think it's going to be great.
Yeah.
And again, about parking, is there any way we can get a little state tag or something so we won't get a warning every time we park in the wrong place?
If you've gotten a warning,
we've already gotten
please
that.
give
Well, that
it
was
to
that.
us. The assistant commissioner is going to take care of that. There should be. Do you have?
Threw mine away.
There you
Warning?
go.
Throw your warning away?
It's okay.
I threw my warning
think,
away.
It wasn't a ticket, it was just a warning to not park there. But that's resolved. You all are coming to the attendant behind the
Yes.
building,
Yeah.
and they'll tell you where to
They were
park.
very
Is there any
Did you
way
do
to-
that, Mr. Herford? Did you come?
Yeah, I did that today, but I didn't know whether I could go to another, if it's full, not have to wait for an attendant. If I had little stickers somewhere. Doesn't matter. Here's my warning.
I'm sorry I tore mine up.
Just put it back in your window every time. They'll think they've already given it to you.
Is there any other business to come before the board? If not, do I hear a motion we adjourn?
So move.
Motion made by Ms. Huckabee.
Second.
Seconded by everybody that we adjourn. All in favor say aye. Aye. You write down anybody's name you want to, right?
Thank you very much for your patience.
Oh, goodness.
Siri not available.
Sorry.
Be careful driving home. everybody.
What a day.
Hey. Oh, we gotta sign this because I was so too. Yeah, the other one we can't yet.
Be careful going home.
There you go.
Okay.
Whew.
Maybe the
Your
traffic
autograph.
won't be too bad
Yes,
this time of
ma'am.
day.
You'll be all right.
Mr. Herford, if you have questions about and over restrictions, I'm sure Bill would be happy to call you about. But, I just know a little bit about it, and I know.
Well, it's already done, honey. It's already done.
Well, there's another position open too. So, if you have questions about it, I want to make sure.
I'll jot down your number and give you a call. Sharon, what's your last name?
And like I said before, if you have questions about anything else or concerns, open line of communication.
I appreciate it very much, honey. I do.
Miss Betty, I think this one was for Pearl, and she's not. Yeah, I know.
Thank you.
Yes, I was just, thank you,
care,
Jean. I stuck mine down in here. Rufus, are you trash?
I put mine in my bag already. Thank you.
I am trash. What are you talking about? Oh, thank you.
That's why we want to go through the questions and we.
Oh, I'm taking it. I'm dry. After I get my receipt, I'll send that and my parking in. So that, but
Taking out trash, honey. Let me jump in. All right.
So want me to call you? Sure. Okay. And not if you don't have any more questions, but I'll be happy. I mean, you said you wanted me to call you with questions. Okay, then we're good. Okay. But don't hesitate. Yeah. When you call the office, they should be able to transfer my line or give me a message.
Yes, I did.
So you're a step ahead of me. Put them in here somewhere.
The iPhones are great, but if they're too little and you can't see the whole thing, yeah. No, I understand perfectly.
Listen, I'm
Well, thank
really
you. And
serious
today was a
about
long
what I
meeting,
said
so
about
thank you for hanging in there. Thank you.
Listen, it's been for years. It's,
Oh, I didn't go get any cards, and I don't have any.
well, all right.
If you want to go down with me, I'll get one for you. Okay. I'm just on 5. Yeah. We'll go down to my office and I'll get one for you. Are you okay with that?
Oh, yes, I'm staying to clean up. No. Thank you.
Santa.
Yes, we got done. Hey.